Yo, tail lovers, what's up? We'll be starting shortly, but at some point during the stream, I'm gonna need to order food in a couple hours. Just a heads up, so feel free to provide suggestions. And no, not Taco Bell. I had that yesterday. Chimkin? No thanks, I had that earlier this week. Oh, Sammy's not open. Thanks for trying that, making me realize that my thing's not open. There you go. Curry, maybe. We're live and we're in action, baby. Oh, fuck you. Maybe I deserve that. Maybe I deserve to be small. Anyway. Stop doing this to me. I'm being abused. Just gonna wait a little bit to let some people trickle in before we start. Although we have a pretty decent crowd already, which makes me very happy. So we're gonna be doing a long stream today. So I looked at a walkthrough. I didn't actually. Hey, thank you, Sushi. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I looked at a walkthrough, partially because I played this game already. I didn't actually read the answer or anything, but I just kind of wanted to check how much was left, and it's less than I thought. So because of the fact that this case is basically split up between chapter 4 and chapter 5, we're closer to the end than I thought I was. So we're gonna try and blast through it. Just the whole fucking thing in this stream. We'll see what we can get done. If not, we'll end it tomorrow. But I'm gonna try my best to see if we can finish it today. Once again, get the extension out, get the evidence ready. I need to make sure I have it open too so that I know everything's working okay. Don't forget to refresh evidence whenever we add new evidence.
Nice tail.
But there's no tail on screen, Sharpie. Cool story, gotta go back to work. Wow. You would do that, wouldn't you? Oh wait, somebody activated tail camera earlier, so I gotta do that. I gotta give you guys the tail camera. That's the joke. You're a peak of comedy. All right, so little rundown on what happened in this case before we start. So Apollo's best friend died. His name was Clay Turan. He was going to go into space with astronaut Solomon Starbuck. But then two explosions happened at the spaceship. And upon exiting, Clay Turan was found stabbed. We just found out recently that Clay Turan was probably the one that carried Solomon out, which is opposite to what the prosecution was trying to claim, which is that Clay was already dead by the time they got to the lobby. Check the evidence for more context. But then the trial was interrupted by a bomb, which was the bomb from case 1, if you remember case 1. So now case 1 happens, and now we're resuming the game after the events of case 1. I know the timeline's pretty weird, but yeah, that's right. Case 1 takes place in between case 4. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, except my tail is not bushy. Ironically, most of my personas have bushy tails in terms of having some fur on them. Maelstoroka is the only one that doesn't have fur on its tail. Worst fucking time to say this, Bakuri. Get seafood? Maybe. We'll see. I'll see how I feel later, because I'm not hungry right now, but I will be in a few hours, so I'll need to order something. Alright, let's get started. You're referring to yourself? Are you bushy-tailed? In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. Mika's tail. Hi, Sazerac. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be incident, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Wood's name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tonate. Except that I took a shower, so it might be bushy at the moment. Understandable. Get your fur cut. Getting too long. Apollo is a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy. Being attacked by Tonate like that on top of all of his other injuries. I'm just double checking the evidence and profiles. Give me 1 second. I think the profiles might have changed because... I gotta change this one. I mean, that was, I didn't really need to update that, but... I don't know why I'm bothering to update these, but whatever. It might help people get context for the case, so... Okay. Update Apollo's legal entry to have an eye patch this case. Pretty much. Of course. Accord, don't worry. We've already been through that. He was the one that bombed courtroom number 4 in case 1. We've already been through Ted Tonate. I gotta restore this. Looks incredibly badass. I agree. Apollo is resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anyone to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. Alright, enough of this, people! This is no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you! You're the only one who's crying, Athena. You get a pun, you get a pun. I actually respect it. I think it's funny. But I understand how some people will find it infuriating. But I find it very funny. I mean, we're talking about the game series that named a victim Dead Man. Like, I don't think we have any room to complain. It's always been like this. It's just very on the nose in the Korean names. But, like, we've already had Dead Man in the series. So, like, whatever. Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Apollo Space Center case, of course. As no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up our Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade, right, Daddy? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know. Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run. Wait, right now? We better not be running the whole way. There she goes. I better go catch up with her. Can you take care of the office, Trucy? Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up my magic. Don't say it like that! Don't say it like that, Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. Can always count on Athena to perk everyone up with her enthusiasm. Oh, she's back. Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my bag. You forgot everything. Okay. Sounds like, yeah, sounds like you forgot everything. I always count on Athena for that too. She forgets herself. You two, let's be careful out there. So yeah, what do I get for food today? I want to order something. My brother is out watching a show or something, so he's gonna get dinner on his own. So what do I get? What do I get, Chad? I can treat myself. Drugs, hell yeah. Korean. I had Korean fried chicken earlier this week, so I don't really want that again. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I've heard of him. That's right, he's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. You seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? Huh? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes. He's seriously got to stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we're all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Oh yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1. To the stratosphere and beyond! Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? This guy is a piece of work, man. This guy's a real piece of work. Let the man take off the spacesuit. I know, right? So you have no memory at all of the incident? I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? This hair is supposed to be a rocket? Yeah. You got it all wrong. I told them during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. Fucking tired, same, but I'm gonna power through. It is true, I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know? Oh, I hate it when I'm not even super tired, but my body is still like, yeah, time to yawn. And I think it's because I'm talking like in a depressed voice because of fucking Solomon Starbuck, and it's making me fucking yawn. Thought he always had, no, he got a fear of space because he got royally fucked in space. So basically he has PTSD. Triggered by dehydration, go take a sip. I've drank a lot of water today. I'm tricking my brain, probably, yeah. 99% conviction rate, crazy. Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle. That must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. It is a bit of astrophobia. You can definitely develop phobias to the PTSD, Bakiri. It could be both. He seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you? Exactly! That's what I thought! They must have been the real culprit! The medication was in my locker. Anyone could have gotten their hands on it. Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket. Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed. I'll say, they even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like about the murder weapon, for example. That knife. I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah, staff who work on machinery a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. The knife has been updated, baby. Stop, Corbin. The Hat 1 miracle. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. You did? What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heart shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought I was a goner, but I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat 1 miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on forever and ever and ever without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone, with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way, of course not. Even now I want to go up into space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity, escape velocity, and spin around weightless. But you have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. But space is man's final frontier, an unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere. The cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. Trade Pokemon. Cafe staff, possibly. Would you trust a beware to not? No, I wouldn't. Definitely not. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. The victim, Clay Turon. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big, exaggerated deal like master and apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now... Clay must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I hear him shout, "You're fine!" I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be just fine. Popular amongst furries. Yeah, his tail's not very good. And wrote with that in mind. Well, it released out of Japan, and now it's very popular here in the West, so that's very funny. Not beware. Oh, Lucario? And I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it. Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. You've had them as customers? I don't know then. There's too many Pokemon, Bakiri. One day, out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much they were like a part of the staff. One time during Zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit, and the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine," over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Hisu and Typhlosion? Yeah, Hisu and Typhlosion's a cutie. Speaking of Clay, how did you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. That prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through the barred windows. You're fine. Solomon Sol Starbuck is fine. Everything's going to be all right. Huh? And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright, you too. Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you. Phoenix Wright is fine. We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence, and we'll have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Good afternoon, JP. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. It sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. What'd you miss since the beginning? We just been talking to Solomon Starbuck, and that's about it. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's get our investigation of the Space Center started. Pronto. Good idea. Let's go. Obviously, Apollo is still in the hospital due to being, you know, in the middle of a bomb. But other than that, yeah, we're just taking on his case, basically. The Cosmos Space Center. Wow, I was wondering what kind of place this space center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see their rockets up close? Oh, check it out. Look at how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what is GYA supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I'd have abbreviated to GAXA or even Gaia. I guess so. Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction.
Tourist attraction?
Don't make me laugh. It is a monument to the human race. Galactic scooter, full speed ahead. This guy. Have fun with the stream. Have a good one, Zengu Sushi. Yikes! Who is this geezer? What does he want? Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are? My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center, the center of the cosmos. Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. If this person is the Space Center's director, then that means... Aha! So you were one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. But this talk of the incident, are you by any chance the space police? You can't tack the word space onto just any old thing, you know. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We're here to investigate his case. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. Ah, I see. Yes, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now go ahead, have at it. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about where he found the body, okay? So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically? Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention, all personnel, to your break stations. Prepare for break. Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. A little on the nose there, Athena. That is exactly right, because I am an important man. My manner is important. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me an important specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the essential figure of the Hat 1 project. You may proceed to appropriately impressed. Now go ahead, have at it. I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it, specifically. Looking around upon, how did the Malotic serve dishes without hands? Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse. What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the center of the cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. What? So does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow? That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. This dude, this fucking dude. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. Hi, Vel. But at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home? I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well, I will impart to you the complete story of the Hat 1 project. Oh, thank you very much. Hat 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hat 1 reached its planned orbit. From where it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey to the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hat 1 returned safely to Earth. That struggle was then the incident known... that struggle was when the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred, right? Correct, and it truly was a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Tehran's murder. Regrettably, we had no time to investigate these samples due to everything that's occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all. In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of this space center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential. A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big. Our endeavors with the moon rock live on in our work with those asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission as the man who stands at the center of the cosmos. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from the asteroid these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. Like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. What? Bite your tongue, it's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. I guess even a space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Oh, well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so? Well, I will be on my way. As you can see, I am very busy and very important man. Galactic Snooker, fire up the main engine, max battle speed, and engage! That thing is surprisingly fast. I guess we better get going too. You bet. Let's make it so. Yeah, Yuri Cosmos is now in profiles. We gotta add him. So this is where Mr. Tehran was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see. That diagram there, police made again. Right now we're in the main building here on the right side, on the 3rd floor. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from Launchpad 1 after the explosion. You there! No admittance without express permission! We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission, not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yes, he's in the Launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him and then we'll talk. Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. So, to get the Launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think. Wait, that door. It looks awfully familiar. Good eye there, boss. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the Launchpad. Ah, that explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we could just pass through. Now come on, let's go. Even in space, safety first. So this is it, huh? This is the corridor that the two of them used in their escape. Yep, this is the only thing connecting Launchpad 1 with the main building. I see police tape down at the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the launch pad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. The launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot. Huh? Ah, it's you lawyer people! Welcome to the Space Center! Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing? We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if he acts all reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case, huh? All right, I'll gladly share some with you. Huh? What just happened? Detectives and lawyers seeking the truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. I don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. If you say so. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an officer on guard, and we can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do? That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need it, a month even. Shall I have some snacks delivered? One of my men gives a mean neck rub. No, that's okay, but thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incidents, weren't you, Detective? That's right! I was here on security assignment. The police are required to secure rocket launches now? I didn't know that. Yes, well, you know us, to serve and protect. Ha 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 ha! The explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened? Of course! A bomb went off the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over in Launchpad 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter. The shelter? That's right! There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. Fulbright's just Fulbright, Corbin. Don't worry about it. He's just a fucking weirdo. He's been consistently a fucking weirdo throughout the whole game. And we love him for it. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion. And the stairs to the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. Then wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement shelter? No, we lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable. But at least it reached the ground. He normally puts up some resistance, yes. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down, too, and headed to the shelter. Wow, what an ordeal. But climbing down an emergency ladder kind of sounds fun. Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. Just a moment, I have some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackquill, okay? Wow, Prosecutor Blackquill usually has you on a short leash, too. Well, never mind that. I thought you should know that there was a witness. Could you tell us more about this witness? I think he's just very conflicted with justice right now, and what's just and what's not. Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window on the third floor lounge. So, she was looking into the crime scene from the outside? That's right! It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. You don't? But that's the most important thing of all. Ha ha ha! Don't you worry. I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her. A fourth floor employee, huh? Alright, thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Gee, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Yes, well, actually, Something you can't talk about? Yes, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now. What was that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm going to get it out of him next time I see him. Okay. I'm not so sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Okay, chat, I'm actually getting hungry. I think I'm not going to order for a little bit longer yet, but I should probably think about what I'm actually going to order. And now I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Hey, excuse me. What kind of food do I have in my area? I'm in like a city, so like everything. What you feeling like eating? That's the problem. I don't know. Like, if you can name a food, there's probably a restaurant in my area that serves it. What you ate last 3 dinners? Well, I had pizza earlier this week. I had Taco Bell yesterday. And I had Korean fried chicken earlier as well. This week. Oh, you two. Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub too, if you'd like. That's all right, but thank you for the offer. Isn't there a DQ item I really liked? Not really. Their burgers are just okay. Like, there's nothing objectively wrong with them. The main Dairy Queen item that I would say is really good right now is the Red Velvet Blizzard is available right now, and I love that shit. But I want real food, not ice cream right today. I'll get ice cream another day. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now, let's see. Where's that diagram again? So this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. And according to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. That said, there is an option. Sometimes Uber Eats lets me order from multiple restaurants. I might be able to order from a place and then order a Red Velvet Blizzard from Dairy Queen alongside it. Probably not a good idea. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of this third person then. You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem, though. This room... it's just so big. Don't worry. We can use this to help us. A Space Center pamphlet for tourists? Yep, picked it up at the entrance. The maps inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map makes things a little easier. Yeah, feel free to suggest food to me, chat. This is your chance to feed me. Space Center pamphlet. Space Center pamphlet added to the court record. You wanted aliens stores. Pizza. Pizza's a safe option, but I had pizza earlier this week. But at the same time, it's hard to say no to pizza. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's track down the third person. Why does this look decidedly different than the image they showed earlier? I mean, it's this, like, in terms of colors. Subway, I would not want to do. And my logic for Subway is that Subway is so close to me, I don't want to order it for delivery. I'd rather just walk over there and pick it up. So today I should focus on something that I can only really get delivered. Gyros? I don't usually have gyros. But because of that, I don't know if I'm particularly craving it. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of great... Is it pronounced gyros? How's it pronounced? Gyros. That's not it, right? Euros. Yes, that's it. Euros. Yeah, it's Euros. The problem is that I don't usually encounter people who say it out loud. So I have to go by what I read. And to me, it looks like gyro. I don't usually hear people say Euros out loud. So I get mixed up a lot. That's the problem when you don't hear words spoken out loud too often. You have to go by what your mind reads them as. Gross. Are there any good Greek places near me? Any good pasta places? Probably, but I don't know if pasta delivers all that well. Gyroscope. Wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving around outside the window? Oh, boss. It's just a holographic image. Oh, yeah, I knew that. That's a relief. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet, anyway. The reason you're so eager to start is so you can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. All right, fine. Let's get investigating. That's sad. I know, right? He's cute. So this is where they discovered Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. So he was stretched out like this, and... Huh? What's that thing that looks like a thermos? That's the thing that Prosecutor Blackwell mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said that it contains asteroid samples. Oh, right. Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat 1 launched? I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Well, let's check. Drum roll, please. Ta-da! The Space Bender pamphlet. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them Lefty, Righty, and Downy. Why? People usually say West, East, and South in a case like this, you know? Details, details. Anyway, look at the West door. That's the door with the rocket icon leads to Launch Pad 1. I know because it says here on the map, Launch Pad 1 corridor. That's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. Right, next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room. Yep, it definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side. They communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center, if you will. Because everybody starts to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here a while. But it seems that they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission. So this control room was empty at the time. I've always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room. And since we're here, I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. They want to keep curious kids like you out. So the door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. Would I try your Rowlet pizza? No. Is that rude of me? The hat. Lux, I have half a mind to time you the fuck out for that. Try me? Okay, no, I don't want to actually time you up for 2 hours. I don't know that the timing works. I don't, otherwise, I was actually going to. Control room door lock added to the court record. Okay, what about the last store? There's a way to time them out for 1 second. Later. It leads to the elevators. This is the door we came through when we entered this room, right? Hi, Zip Zap Zop. Yep, and of course, there is no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone. But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion. Well, that's about it for the 3 musketeers of the boarding lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. How you doing today? I'm doing good. A bright purple sky, plenty of greenery, and a tranquil lake. The idyllic scenery stretches on as far as the eye could see. It's beautiful, but it lacks something to make it truly captivating. A window, and it's right next to the holographic image, too. I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off, it says emergency ventilation, you know, to clear smoke from a fire. See, it's pointing out the virtual insanity of reality. At first glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature. Didn't the Hope probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like. I don't know. I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It did make quite a bit of news, though, when the probe came back. Yeah, but the Hope probe didn't even go to a planet. It went to an asteroid. That's a big rock kind of thing. Even aliens can't live there. That's some pretty futuristic-looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. If you spin the table, your chair spins too. Why would anyone want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Can a person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle 0G? No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. But I guess it's a training device for getting used to zero gravity? Uh-oh, Athena has an odd glint in her eye. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just outmuscle me. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at that up there! Some kind of fragment? It's stuck in tight. Oh, so that's what the glint was all about. That color looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. I think you're right, but if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. So Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. This proves that both the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad. Way to go, Apollo. I wonder what this big knob is for. Looks like the knob on a stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like this? Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was used for a stove, the burner would be off. Right. If it was for a stove. Still, I wonder what it's really for. Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove? How about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in. And I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob. Where is the switch to turn the screen off? That was your nickname in high school. They're apparently oxygen capsules. They're for recovery after a training session. I wonder if they could change your voice. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Huh? It didn't do a thing. It's not helium, Athena. It's oxygen. Ooh, a mirror. How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful? So the ladies can fix their makeup. One's appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth, you know. You never know when you're going to run into some other life form, after all. I doubt anyone who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here. Just push it. That's the invariable principle of buttons. There are such things as buttons left unpushed. Hey, the giant holographic image disappeared. Yeah, though that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. So let's see if we can't find anything new with the image off. Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. It looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena. Pretty big. Whoever fired this shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I'd say this was fired from a regular pistol. Oh, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently. This is an important fact. Do you see a bullet around somewhere? No, the police might have taken it, though. The bullet hole added to the court record. Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do a mid-air somersault. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Well, at least I could jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high. Then what good is this thing? Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? What's this? A trap door? It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. The robots do the cleaning. What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies. No way, all the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? We could go say hi to it if you want. Athena does not pay attention. This must be the security camera that recorded the astronauts making their escape. Oh, let's commemorate this occasion with love and peace. If you're done now, shall we move on? Yeah, okay. But just one more for the road. Peace! Very mature. Hey, I see something shiny down there. Let's take this cover off then. What's this? It looks like a metal jelly bean. Athena, are you stupid? It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see, that would make the caliber .10? Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a .10 caliber gun before. This bullet must be for a special kind of gun. But if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular-sized gun, it would just fall right out. Yeah, it must have been a really small gun. I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left of the south door side of the room, according to this map. That's pretty far from where Claire's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here? Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. Bullet added to the court record. So this is the fingerprint recognition device. I guess you put your hand on this hand mark. Well, I guess what you could try. Now to line my hand up with the outline. Don't, Athena, this is related to the case. Get your prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. How can you be so cruel to a little girl like me? I'm not buying those tears, Missy. Let's see, this door is... Where's that pamphlet? Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to the Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to Detective Fulbright. So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They said the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing besides the door. This must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial.
The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so.
Then does this mean that the bomber's prints were verified by the system? The number of authorized personnel is supposed to be really small. Voila! Fingerprint powder! I bought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've been just itching for a chance to use it. Wow, way to think ahead. Now let's dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find. You got it. Now to sprinkle some here and a little over there and... Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something. Aw, it's only a single set of prints. Isn't that a good thing? Sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Though I doubt we'll be so lucky as to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Well, I'm only to bet that Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right, and there's the security footage of this door too. Yes, here it is. It came up in court the other day. I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. If the mood's in, he'll probably show it to us right away. Yeah, he's in almost too good of a mood today. Let's go see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome. Yikes! What in the world? My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko! Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot? I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Psychological observation and navigation companion. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Oh, Ponko, I've missed you. Huh? Do you know this thing, Athena? Oh, she showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy. Wow, a guide robot? That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you. I don't know you. I don't know you. Huh? Ouch. That hurt. Oh, she has to register people she beats for the first time. Please register him, Ponko. Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine too. His name is Phoenix. Bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. Oh, sure. Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. Huh, this robot is pretty cute. You made a friend, boss. Isn't that great? Only making friends was so easy. Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way. Oh, goody. Let's go, boss. Go where? Just let me get a good look at you. Oh, wow. What is this place? Is that rocket real? Welcome, welcome! The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's space development and the Hat 1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. The Space Museum. Oh, here it is on the map. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from Launch Pad 1. The Space Banner pamphlet updated in the court record. Ask me anything, anything, I will explain. Fucking hell, you're making me take so many fucking pictures, game. Whatever. It's fine. I will survive. The things I do for you, chat. All right, you be sure to update your evidence. Be sure to update your evidence list. Okay, everything should be in order. This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of the Hat 1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real Hat 1, inside and out. It's a little brother. That Hat 2 was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was canceled. Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out, check it out. Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's this a photo of? Phoenix, that's the staff of the Hat 1 project. Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young. It's so different. Ah, and that's... What is it, Athena? Is something wrong? Oh, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young, too. That's all. Well, it was 7 years ago, after all, so the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck is Clay Tehran, the victim. So they were mentor and protege even way back then. Wait, how old is Clay? 23. So he was 16 in this picture. He's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looks so happy. This space museum is great. What fantastic exhibits. This area is used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts, budget cuts. We need more money, money. Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot? Who would, actually? That's a good fucking question, Phoenix. While it was in space, the Hat 1 launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago. That's what Director Cosmos said, too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is, the Hope space probe. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. I think it can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her. The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you? The setup of the launch pad? Go gentle on my spiky-haired mind. I want to know! I want to know! Phoenix wants to know too! Great. Now Athena's got a case of ponchoitis. Hooray! I will tell you then! The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved, along with the launch pad, over the rails. And brought into position at the launch site. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all. It's very cool. A grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year. Myself included. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh? That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged. I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures. I would love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold. Because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet. Which is perfectly understandable. Well, when was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my answer database. I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. Ponko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right? Checking registered data. I know. It's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe. It contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed. It must not be removed. Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened. They do? I must ask them later. So the capsule was being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion? The Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Hope capsule added to the court record. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. It's because Ponko is so friendly. Oh, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Let's see. The security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay, then let's go back to the Launchpad 1 corridor. Bye, Ponko. See you later. Come again, and don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Ponko. What a Dickinson life we all are forced to lead. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he's still in a cooperative mood as well, then. If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. I mean, that lady in distress bit. We found a bullet hole in the wall of this crime scene. You did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Detective Arm? That's right, a warning shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details, what with Detective Arm gone and all. But I thought there was two people who discovered the crime scene together. We already know Director Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Oh, yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though. Whoa, you got Apollo's and my prints. He even got prints for all of the robots. I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. Clay's fingerprints are here, too. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. I still can't believe he took off his glove to get his fingerprints. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Yep, but Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Huh? What's so important about this door? Beats me, but boy, you can see the gears in his head go into hyperdrive at it. Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow. Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss. Right, Fulbright, do you think you could run the test for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for his space adventure right then. Oh wait, I think I have this. I think this picture I have in the evidence already, right, chat? Yes. So it's this one that's new. The picture after the crime scene has occurred. Blackwell apparently notices something, chat. Interesting. And so do I. Hi, Sierra Balls. How are you doing today? Should your tail please respond? I will respond in due kind. By also showing my tail. I hope that was satisfactory. No, this is Ace Attorney. True. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by Boarding Lounge 1 area. Oh, that footage. Go ahead and ask me anything you'd like about it. Sierra Whale, don't you fucking dare. I'm hiding. Goodbye. Easy as pie. I'd be so glad to show you. Here we go. Huh? The screen went blank. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point. Ha ha ha! Why didn't she just say so from the beginning? Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figured if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. It's been a while, but those are definitely Cyclocks. Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about? No, Cyclock. It's a system of locks and the secrets in it. Why is Phoenix just say this out loud? He just doesn't care, huh? Whatever. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. Mr. Wright, how much did they bill you? They bilk you out for that piece of rock. If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. Of the Launchpad 1 door? No, I don't. Refresh the page. Oh, wait, you're right. Fuck. How'd that happen? Okay, now it should be good. Just refresh the evidence. It isn't some kind of fraud. It really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see what presenting the Magatama will reveal, shall we? I always felt like they squandered the potential of the Magatama in both this game and in Spirit of Justice. Like, it shows up, but not nearly as much as it should. And there are a lot of times when characters are clearly lying to you in these games and it doesn't trigger just for the sake of gameplay reasons. It's like, whatever, man. Whatever, man. I wish they did more with it. Cyclocks have always been one of the best systems in this game series, and I just feel like they could be doing them way more. It's not meant to be Phoenix's games. I know, but still, you know? I think you're hiding something, detective, so why don't you just tell us about it? What should do? Which path is the path of justice? Victor Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. That depends entirely on your loadout, Sharpie, in Isaac right now. If you have something like a laser beam or a... Oh, first item? That's a crazy fucking first item. What the fuck? That's a crazy choice. I don't know, honestly. I was gonna say, if you have like laser beam or brimstone or something like that, Spoonbender's crazy on those items. Anyway, what are we doing, chat? What is the issue that he's so torn up about? JP says 3. Do we agree? The answer is kind of obvious. I don't care. You guys are playing. I really understand what's been bothering you, detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principle. Isn't that right? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yep, peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guards detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim, as long as this exists. Wait, what? Is it lagging? My OBS doesn't say anything's wrong. Guess I gotta load up the stream for myself and see. I mean, seems okay on my side. You guys okay? A few buffering pauses. No drop frames on my side. Must be Twitch's fault. Odd. Yeah, it's fine now? Okay, weird. Twitch, please. Anyway, chat, what's the answer? Yes, please, refresh. Here's the context. I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective, I do. Something happened that goes against your principles, isn't that right? I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail is as relaxed as you claim as long as this exists. Seems like people are a little, Are we presenting the bombing report? What are we doing, chat? I haven't heard any consensus on anything yet in the chat room. Your imagination wants to present the hope capsule. Do we agree? One more yes and I do it.
Take that!
There must be something wrong with my sunglasses today. You aren't presenting that to me as evidence, are you? Is he making fun of me? It's just as I said. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim as long as this exists. Incorrect. Think again. JP wants to present the bullet hole. Do we concur? Need 2 more yeses. Come on, chat. Are we doing this, or are you disagreeing? And if you're disagreeing, you need to provide alternatives. Chat, help me. Crypt wants to present the bombing report. Chat, you all seem to be in disagreement. Seems like nobody can agree. Take that. Incorrect. Any other choices? No, Sasori, no, you cannot. This is incorrect. And this is incorrect. Any other options, chat? Did you do the bullet hole? No, we have not, JP. There wasn't enough yes votes to commit to that one yet. JP wants to present the bullet hole. Do we go back over to this one now? One more yes, and I do it. One more yes. That's all we need, and we commit to the bullet hole. There's no health loss here, so don't be afraid. Lads, please. JP is begging you. I want chat to have at least some kind of consensus. No, we definitely do, Crypt. This isn't like the original trilogy. When a Cyclops shows up in these games, you always have enough for it. Take that! Bullet hole was incorrect. Your imagination wants to do the evacuation report. No, you did the bombing report. Now we're doing the evacuation report. Take that! Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet, security was so tight, they even brought in a special task force. I hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail. Now hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person would be part of that detail from the outset. We have all the profiles, chat. Your imagination wants to present can disarm. Morning, Hanataro. Detective Arm specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew there was a possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Right! Right, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. But the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yes, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. But it's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well. Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. The reason he's still prosecuting. Head to Fulbright. Please tell us everything you know. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that. What rules but things to be broken, right? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as prosecutor is highly irregular. No shit! No shit! Whoa, I never would have thought! I think we guessed that much. So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering and wondering about it. So you weren't told why either, huh? No, but just the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, it would have to have... But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. 7 years past? A phantom, huh? And not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. This phantom of 7 years past, any idea who or what he was talking about? Not a clue. But he seems to think that this phantom is behind this whole incident somehow. Wait a minute, he thinks that they're maybe connected to this case? Yup, this case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom. Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago, that's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related. Yeah, I can see why he'd think that. This incident and the Phantom. Not to mention Blackwell's past. It's almost inconceivable that they would come to a head here. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all. The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet.
Ah. Arg! The worst scream of all time, I'm sorry. No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom, but I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly why we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm going to be rooting for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who could stop him in court. You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you would say that. I'm really grateful to the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. Really? Then let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust. On 3. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, later. Ha ha ha. There he goes. Wait, were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too? Let's go see that witness now. All right, the Space Center entrance it is. In justice we thrust. The witness must be around here somewhere. Hello, hello. Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello, come over here. Hello, hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... I am Blanco. Shall I guide you? Guide you? I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk. Yeah. I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen? Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you don't snap out of it, I was gonna put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5 degree karate chop. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do? Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackquill. I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. Blackquill? Could she be... And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk. My name is Clonko. That's mean, Miss Aura. Quit complaining. Your model number is Ponko 2. Nah, but Miss Aura, everyone calls me Clonko. Quit your squawking already. No, what are you doing? No, don't. There. I bet you won't be talking back now. Yeah, I will obey completely. Yikes. I better watch what wires I cross with this one. Were they added to the profiles? Yes, they were. This is robot abuse. Your last name is Blackquill. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You are correct. Simon Blackquill, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up! Only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Yes, we've met him in court a few times. Right, Athena? What a dull creature. Has her switch been turned off? Athena being shy? This is new. Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prisons, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk? Yeah, Miss Aura, that hurts. I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, useless hunk of junk? But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you ordered me to speak. I told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more as scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks, Blackwell family life must sure be interesting.
Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with.
So, you're the person who witnessed the incident?
That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building, in the robotics lab. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms?
It must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best to just humor her here.
Then, as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge 1 window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it.
So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? There's no time to just nod and repeat. So you saw it into the 3rd floor lounge?
The very scene of the crime. That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand and a knife in their right.
That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was?
Of course not. The power was out on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window.
I see. But you did witness the moment of the murder.
Yes, I saw that figure with the lighter raise their knife, and it happened at precisely 10 a.m.
Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features?
I already told you. It was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. They had a good taste in knickknacks anyway.
An Earth emblem on the lighter. I better remember that. Or a statement added to the court record. Thank you for your statement. We definitely will prove Mr. Starbucks' innocence with it. Oh, that's it. Okay, I thought it would be a click-on thing.
Yeah, right. I wouldn't hold my breath.
Pardon me?
Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry, I just detest lawyers, that's all.
What don't you like about lawyers?
It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more.
That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Why do you hate lawyers so much?
Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place.
I certainly don't agree.
I mean, people aren't perfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better, even sad sacks like this one. Hey you, look alive there!
Yeah, yes, here I go! I am the ultimate robot with a made operating vacuum and streaming under high pressure. We broke through the world, now the time to fight all the rolls against the...
Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away.
Yeah, huh? What was I doing?
Yep, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their pretty petty emotions and constant worries. How can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about, that's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks, and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human. You mean getting angry and snortling like that? Rational thought, that's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind.
Can I punch her, boss? Get a hold of yourself, Athena.
Ah, humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system,
So she distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial, because I'd much rather kill them myself. You can't be serious. Hmm? That thing you're wearing around your neck. Oh, this? Around Athena's neck? Does she mean widget? Oh, I get it. Well, well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos? Yes, that's right. You poor things. You better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. What? He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? What? That's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you all right, Athena? You seem very down. I just can't believe she said all those things! Wow, she's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we could do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah. You're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet and Miss Blackpool's statement. All right then. Next stop, the detention center. I still need to think about what to order for dinner, dude. What should I get, chat? My lawyers are here. Must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? They're gonna let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. Any good sandwich places? I don't know if I want a sandwich. I should have known. My stars never align just right, too. But we got a lead, too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh! Did you remember something? Yup, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help, so please tell us what you remembered. I thought I was unconscious the whole time. But now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge! Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow? That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. If we could prove there was this third person at the scene and that they're the real killer, then you'll be cleared of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Irrelevant evidence tidied up. Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Bro, same. All right, let's see what evidence was removed. The emergency detail, the evacuation report might be gone, and the bombing report. Both of those reports are gone. Is that her pamphlet? Okay, that's it. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Eldoon's noodles. Oh, Apollo. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo. I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer. A suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right. Best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So what was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy, and he had a really loud voice. The two of you did voice training together now. I bet you'd break a few windows. You know, I bet you're right. It seems like only yesterday. Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. He used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut and me a lawyer. We'd talk well into the night, and even then we never grew tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Damn it, it's not fair! Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Mom! Mom! Get away, Apollo! Don't come over here! Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. Huh? I always think everyone else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine. And then you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine. Okay, Clay, now it's your turn. Okay. Clay terrain is fine. There you go. Now we're both fine. We're fine. We're fine. What are you laughing about? See? We're fine. You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. The absurdity of it does help reduce tension, so I can see why that works. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as you don't give up. Wasn't there somebody else who said something similar? If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, you keep up the fight. I called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I could be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious? Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. But that's our goal too! I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now, I must be going. Goodbye. Goodbye? Did he just say goodbye? I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. He is not walking out on us like this. I'm gonna go talk some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. Alright, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If you were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. Alright, I seriously need to order some food. Chat, let's have a real hard conversation about what to eat. What am I eating? I should order right now. I don't want Subway. 400 breadsticks. Brilliant. £10 of squid. Genius. Indian? Noodles. I don't know if ramen would deliver well. Oh, wait. Kinton ramen. Buy one, get one free. I don't need that much fucking ramen. I want something simple. Something that I could just like shove in my mouth while I'm streaming and playing this game. Which is like pizza. That's pizza. What I'm thinking of is pizza. Probably going to be pizza. I should get pizza. Oh, maybe a burger wouldn't be bad either. Barbecue chicken pizza? No thanks. I would get like a double cheese and bacon or something like that. Oh wait, does Domino's have any deals on right now? Sometimes they've got good deals. Domino's has New York style pizza now. Has anybody tried that? Any good? Rowlet pizza is a chicken Alfredo pizza. Usually when I order Domino's, I get their pan crust with Alfredo sauce with bacon and chicken. Sounds like we're on a similar wavelength, Sazerac. But where should I order from? A local place that's a little bit more expensive? Pizza Nova? Pizza Nova is really fucking good. I had it earlier this week and it's like amazing. Fucking loved Pizza Nova. Do that, but I already did earlier this week. I want something different. What else? 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 Chinese food? No, Chinese food is expensive. If you want like a good variety. It can be cheap, but I don't usually like it when it's cheap because I don't get the variety I want. Poutine. I don't know if there's like a good poutine place that I could order from. Dim sum? Nah. Buy one Big Mac, get a Big Mac free. I don't think I want a Big Mac. You appreciate those that know dim sum? I love dim sum. I just don't think it would deliver very well. I usually what's the dim sum I usually get? Is it called sumai? Yeah, sumai. Sumai. That's the dim sum I like the most usually. You've never had dim sum? It's good. I usually have it at like the Chinese restaurants, like the all-you-can-eat Japanese. Oh, no, all-you-can-eat sushi. They usually have some dim sum on the menu. I need to go to like a really good dim sum place and get some really good shit though at some point. I don't know when though. I'm sure Toronto has some good shit. I think I'm just gonna do Domino's, my guilty pleasure. I can get a free 16-piece Parm Bites with the purchase of any medium or large pizza at menu price. Do I want Parm Bites? Because that's... I could either do that or I could grab just a medium pizza code. Actually, those Parm Bites sound like they'd be pretty good. One medium... 4 topping pizza. Don't they have like a pan crust pizza deal? Wait, here we go. Well, this sounds like a deal. 1 medium, 3 topping pizza, and cheesy bread. Bro, that sounds pretty good. I'm trying to see if they have like a deal specifically for the pan crust that I usually get at Domino's. Domino's is have you ever had their crunchy thin crust Domino's, like the tavern style pizza? It's actually really good. Like I think it's like one of the better style pizzas you can get delivered. It's really nice. It's funny, I like Domino's a lot, but not their regular crust. I like their alternative crusts a lot, but their regular crust I think is just okay. It's kind of funny. I'm kind of leaning towards this cheese deal here. Domino's pizza stuffed cheesy bread with pepperoni. I mean, yeah. $30 for a medium pizza with oregano, garlic, and herbs with bacon, chicken, cheddar, and Alfredo sauce, pan pizza, and some pizza stuffed cheesy bread with pepperoni. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty good for like 30 bucks Canadian. That's a lot of fucking food. I think I might do that. Yeah, I'm doing this. This sounds like the play. Pay now with debit. Put my credit card in here. What's I still don't remember my fucking postal code off the top of my head. It's fucking embarrassing. How many times have I had to enter it in now and I still don't remember it? All right, it's been ordered. I'm going to step away for a second just to go to the bathroom and change into some clothes that are more appropriate in case I need to go downstairs and pick it up because they can't get in because I don't have a buzzer code yet because fucking all of my phone numbers are apparently long distance despite living in this fucking city. So I can't set up a buzzer code with them. So it's like fucked up, but whatever. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm wearing pants, Stevish. I'm just wearing some shitty shorts I went to bed with. Are the ads still running? That was a pretty quick break. Yeah, they are still running. So you get to look at my tail a little longer. Excuse me. I'm very hungry, dude. Holy fuck, I'm starving. Can't wait for this food to get here. Gosh, I can't wait to eat this. This is gonna be delicious. I fucking love Domino's stuffed crust. Oh wait, not stuffed crust. Domino's should have stuffed crust. Why does it Domino's have stuffed crust? Can we talk about that? Why does it Domino's have stuffed crust? You'd think they'd be like the first one on that shit. But they don't have it. They're like the only one that doesn't have it. They need to get on that shit. Make me lose even more weight. Make me lose even more of my money. All right, let's go. Lawyer time. I'll need to take another break when the food's here, but that's probably gonna be like 20 minutes or something. They really should have stuffed crust. They should, right? I think Domino's is my favorite of the cheap pizza chains. Although Pizza Pizza's not that bad if you get it fresh. Pizza Pizza's a local chain in Canada. They're okay. I like their stuffed crust. They're cheap. Like, obviously they're not as good as like a local expensive place or like something like that. But like in terms of like the cheap shit, I think Domino's is up there as my favorite. Day 2. Court is now in session. All rise. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something?
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tonate self-destructed. Oh my gosh, I'm so hungry, I'm having a hard time focusing. Fuck. Why am I so hungry, dude? I've gone way longer. Like, I even ate something this morning. What is wrong with me, chat? Why am I so hangy? It's okay, the pizza's coming, Mike. Tail requires to be fatter. Yes, I got the tracker. They're baking it. My order entered the oven. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense? Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take you'd like me to give the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. It's the male Soroka model. It hungers. I'm not even fat. Like, the male Soroka model is a little, usually sometimes chubby, but like mine, it's like, does that look fat? It's thinner than I am IRL. I'll just say that. Except this part. This part's not thinner than me IRL, but this part is. And I should probably work out and fix that, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I really should. I need to get my fucking stomach down. I'm not even that heavy, but like I'm definitely overweight and I should fix that. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. Because he's something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see, in the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Turan, is it Terrain, Turan, whatever, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. Mr. Justice proved the victim was killed in the bombing lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct. That means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the two people were Detective Candice Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? Do you think that one of them might have given false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. Doing the delivery, garlic, sausage, pepperoni, tomato, and black olive. They had entire chunks of garlic and tomato. It was so good. That sounds amazing. Although I'm not much of an olive guy. And just our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm. But I think I could get a taste for olives. I'm just a little bit of a wuss. Like, I ordered something recently that had olives, and I ate some of them, and like, I could definitely see myself developing a taste for that. But I still didn't like it that much. But it might be because I was trying them on their own a little bit. When I tried them with other stuff, it just kind of added a nice little saltiness to it. But I do think... It was black olives, if you're curious. But I do think that I could develop a taste for that. But right now, no. The courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold.
Cursed fellow. He killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm.
He definitely put a kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw.
Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim at the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial.
It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell had a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
To make such a reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man. Or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dodgy already? Old man.
We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person.
I see my sister has been running her mouth.
That's right. I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister.
No matter. You didn't see this mysterious person's face clearly. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant.
I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there.
In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene.
Director Cosmos, huh? Very well, bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers.
Of course you have! Of course you have! For I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was, of course, named after me, Yuri Cosmos! Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?
Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging.
7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat 1 and... Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So, could you please proceed directly to your important testimony?
What a fucking manipulative bastard Blackwell is.
Ha ha ha! I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness. Then allow me to begin my epochal testimony.
How do I say that word? Epochal. Sorry, I'm not the best at English despite being native. Forgive me. Like, I know what it means, I just don't know how to pronounce it.
Fuck it. Testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history.
That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell is just now kind of more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. Epochal? That makes sense to me, unless I said yours wrong.
Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Tehran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
I see. So in your testimony, you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge. You know what? Let's settle this once and for all with the power of Google.
Epical.
It's epical. There you go, chat. We've got our answer.
Epical.
Our epical. That's an awesome way to say it, actually. I'm very much a fan of that. My epical, yeah. Hell yeah. And just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror! The humanity! But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs. Ha 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 ha! Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Is defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Kazuo's testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. Let's listen to Phoenix Wright's advice and start pressing then, shall we, chat? Sorry, I'm also keeping track on my pizza order on when it'll be here. It looks like they just left, so and its estimated time is in like 5 minutes. Fuck yeah. Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. Hold it! No, you cannot, Zoldo. Where were you coming from? The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then that we heard about Starbuck and Tehran and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. On my galactic scooter here, of course. Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space? Of course, it's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships. I see. Then I take it works in 0G too? Sadly, no, with the current state of technology as it is. I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless. Well, that's a galactic bummer. Yeah, that's the door. Cord, no I won't. I'm not wearing it now. I see, so you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick. And when you got to the scene, what did you see? Why not? It doesn't... I don't have a hole in my office chair to fit it through. My office chair is not tail friendly. Otherwise, I'd consider it. We went via the control room and peeked from there to see what was going on inside. Makes it hotter. I can't fit in it, dude. It's just not happening, man. Like it's fun for a little bit, and then it gets annoying. A real tail would be different because I'd be willing to spend the money on making it convenient. But when it's not real, it's just it starts to become a hindrance. But it's still fun for a little bit, and I still like wearing it. You didn't have to go through the control room to get to the boarding lounge 1. Looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well. You could wrap it around your shoulder. The base is extraordinarily thick, Stevish. That wouldn't work. The base is the problem. It's hot fucking base, but it causes issues. One sec. I gotta open my door so that in case they knock on my door, I can hear it. Because sometimes the concierge will let the delivery guys in and let them go up to deliver it to my room. But sometimes they don't, and they have to call me, and I got to go down and get it. So we'll see what it ends up being this time. I assure you, it's quite tail-based. Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me towards the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her. I see. So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control door and... we saw a figure standing on the middle of the lounge and Tehran lying on the floor. Hold it! Concierge? Yeah, they're the people who like... The concierge is like the people who, like the security, the person who sits at like the front entrance of a condo where you could talk to like do like tasks and stuff like that. They sometimes let people in. They have access to the doors and stuff, all that fun stuff. Yeah, that's what they are. Basically reception, yeah. They're basically the reception of the building. So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing.
Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there?
I'm so close, but without evidence, I can't prove that person's the third party.
I don't relish in this, and I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
Aura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lava, but she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly?
No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Tehran, but couldn't see who the other person was.
So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck. Is that correct?
I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Tehran were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished.
You mean they disappeared? That's odd. Of the trial? Not much. We just, we're cross-examining Yuri.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold on, Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene? It says 2 minutes from now. He's on his way. I've got a little GPS thing. Don't want to examine Yuri. Shut up.
Just for a brief instance, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by.
If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. But what escape route could this person have used? The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Dono? The real question is, do you have any proof?
Well...
If we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we like. An inmate who used to be an university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon.
As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it.
But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists?
He's calling your theory as a work of fiction, boss. He's right. I don't have any proof yet. Still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question?
Yes?
Why did you look away from the boarding lounge?
Ha ha ha! There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arm saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her.
What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure?
I imagined her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer.
I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun?
I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure.
2? This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony.
Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at the figure.
Hold it!
And neither of those 2 shots hit the culprit.
That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose.
But did she really? There's something about this that bothers me. So Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, did she? That's the first time that info has come out. Wonder if I could find any inconsistencies. All right, chat. What are we doing? Here are the statements. Zoldo wants to present the bullet hole on this statement. Do we agree with that?
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? 1 second. I think my pizza's pretty much here, so this is a good time to take a break anyway. I'll be right back once I obtain pizza. Maybe quick, maybe long. Oh shit, sorry, I didn't mean to leave you with that sound. There we go, the sound's gone. Somehow, I don't think those exact words. 1 second, chat. I'm not quite ready yet. 1 sec. I got my pizza. Oh, baby, this looks amazing. Take a bite, shall we? Oh, I'm so glad. Oh my gosh, Wither! Thank you for the rain! Ah, it's hot! It's good that it's hot. It means it's fresh, but like, shit, it's actually hot. When you burn your mouth on pizza, show pizza? No. Actually, you know what, Steve-ish? I'll show you specifically. Raid and run, have a great time. Thanks so much, Wither. I appreciate it. There it is, Steve-ish. Enjoy the pizza. It's so fucking good, actually. Holy shit. This is like the best Domino's has been for me, actually. It's like so perfectly like browned. It's like crispy. Oh, man. So good. Don't sleep on Domino's, man. 1 second. I got a dipping sauce from another pizza place in my fridge I want to grab for this cheesy bread. Oh, this cheesy bread looks amazing too, but I want to dip it in garlic sauce. 1 second. All right. We're back. Let's get my hand tracker back on my chest. Will ever be written down in any history books. Second, I'm gonna move some stuff around so that I can move this cheesy bread here. Damn, now you want pizza? I'm sorry I've done this to you. Wait, holy shit, this cheese bread looks amazing. Wait. Advertising for Domino's. Look, it's like really good. Not sponsored, not sponsored. Oh, so good. What the fuck? All right. Can you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? Today, the arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once, and yet Director Cosmos was saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirmed that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Yarg!
You should know the answer to that already.
I should.
During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun.
What? What? That's crazy.
The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Bullet from Arm's gun added to the court record. Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on a bullet could tell us where this gun was fired from.
One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots.
My beautiful contradiction. Gone. Oh, God. So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I better update the record. Very good. Now we know the fate of both the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything that happens at the scene? No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun, but that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person.
Oh.
Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene? This is what JP wants to present.
Take that!
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the scene, Your Honor. By the way, if you're confused as to why everyone isn't realizing that they're bullets, is because this is an abnormally small bullet. So I guess I'm not really surprised by people not realizing that this is a bullet at first.
You found it where?
In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a .10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than the one of Detective Arm's .38 calibers. That means, yeah, .10 is a stupidly small gun. Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person had a gun that could fire .10 caliber bullets. Get in. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! It looks like you've deduced my malicious tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mysterious person fired upon us. What's this now?
What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before.
Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Wow.
Foolish old geezer.
Director Cosmos really has been hiding in the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now, please give accurate testimony. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Tehran on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's so possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Detective Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, and it is you who is cut down.
Huh?
Your reasoning could apply if Space Boy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to prevent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
Well, Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by the police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there is a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
Sorry if you hear pizza eating noises, by the way, but you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence.
What evidence?
Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally.
I don't think anyone would survive a fall like that, imagination. But what do I know? Arrgh! I did forget all about that.
Look, your baldness, so deliciously obvious that they lack the evidence to rival mine.
Oh, we sliced our third person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet the mysterious figure shot. What did it hit exactly? Alright, hit me. Does that mean you're a ghost?
I was wondering when you would realize it, your baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls.
Eek! Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman.
Your baldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again.
Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Mr. Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! I am glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. Damn, dude. What? That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's one extra Gyaxa star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos?
A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand.
That's not a reason. I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examination him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together.
Hold it!
We've already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information?
Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I can tell you all about the Hat One miracle.
Hold it!
We already know about that too. Tell us about something related to this incident.
You want to know about incidents? Well then, let me tell you about the many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have time, I will tell you all about the upbringing of this great man.
Hold it!
You've told us all about that already as well. What we need to know now is your testimony.
Did I really already tell you all about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so.
But Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later.
If I must. Well, we peeked through the control room door and...
Hold it!
Sorry for the pizza noises once again. I'm enjoying myself though. But it was so dark you couldn't see this figure's face, isn't that right?
Yes, the room was as deep and dark as outer space itself. Speaking of outer space, during the Hat One launch 7 years ago... If it's about that Hat One miracle again, you can saw it off and tell it to a stray nut. Ha ha ha! Excellent idea! No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear of my greatness. And so they shall. But first, your testimony. What happened next?
This guy, man.
We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us.
Hold it!
So in other words, you were fired at while you were at the control room door.
That is correct.
There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right?
Yes, it was a miracle. A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet the figure fired hit me while I was in the control room, but as the Cosmos would have it, a bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor.
In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east, and while he was there, he was shot at by someone with a .10 caliber gun. But the bullet hit his medal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. I wonder if people think he's great. Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself, so if he's a great man, then I'm king of all the cosmos. Alright, chat, what are we doing? Your imagination wants to present the small bullet on this statement.
Objection!
Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie.
A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard such a thing in all of history?
My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door. and the mysterious figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then that bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the .10 caliber bullet here. Oh! This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you when you were being shot at? Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet hit his metal. Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in the case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you could explain this inconsistency?
Of course.
I didn't think so. What?
Oh, great Director Cosmos.
Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound on?
You were, in fact, not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right?
Yeah! What are you getting at? Come on, Phoenix.
Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest.
Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair?
Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south.
That makes some sense, actually.
Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution.
Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this.
About it, Director? We don't tell the truth this time.
Yikes! His handcuffs!
You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man.
I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far.
And now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room.
I have? How?
The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints.
Ah.
In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one.
Hi, storyteller. Arrgh! My third person just disappeared, like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. Order in the court. Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie?
You were covering for the defendant. Isn't that right?
Yes, it was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room,
it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door.
It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant? It looks like we've come to a conclusion. At the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person has crumbled. No!
It's over.
Yikes, the judge is about to hand out his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmo said that he and Detective Armor rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility. Oh, this had better be good, Mr. Wright. There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene, and that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the second open door. That is why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them. Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge? It's Juniper what? Don't overthink this one, chat. Crypt wants to present Yuri Cosmos. One more yes and we do it.
Take that!
What? That's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here? Of all the people who are at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos. Yeah! What? What? Order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. Yeah, I've been hit on the starboard side. Captain, right. It's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. A magnificent shot. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told us lie in this court once again. I've been hit on the port side. The enemy has called in reinforcements. Earth, the Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to Ashley return to reality. But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. Nah. If Director Cosmos is the third person or a Blackwheel saw, the third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! It looks like you deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mysterious person fired upon us. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the .10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one in the lounge. Brace for further impact. comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. Accord wants to present Big Bullet. The .38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos's metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a .38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for.
The bridge is destroyed, losing altitude, all hands abandon ship.
If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the .10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director?
No, you've got it all wrong. What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle. I'm not going down yet.
Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth. If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth.
Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Yeah, the cosmos revolves around me.
Should we just leave him like this for a bit, chat? Okay. He's still spinning.
Ah, someone get me off this thing.
And will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Phew, thank goodness we're able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth.
While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark of the metal. It was made by a .38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm.
Are you ready to confess the truth, witness?
No, you've got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding.
Is he going to start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. To be continued. Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They're claiming that you were this third person.
Forgive me. I'm so sorry.
So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to just be another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Will I send you off quickly or very quickly?
The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this.
Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there at the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired the warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped into the control room. I then went past the elevators and all the way around to boarding lounge 1 again. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second one on the scene.
What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts.
I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim?
Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Hold it!
Now hold on just a moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aurora Blackwell saw was you.
No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him and take the fall.
That is an excellent point.
All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for the third person.
Well, it makes some sense if you told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof?
Oh, I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes, and?
Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll collaborate me.
The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified.
So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. and that you arrived at the lounge after that?
Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling.
As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim that Dr. Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw. Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side of the door, and, well, the Launchpad 1 door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
So you were shot at by the killer as well, and then they disappeared?
Yes, so luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terrain's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right. What a mess this is turning into. So let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terrain and his killer, the culprit shot a .10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terrain's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. Hi, Angel. Hi, Noodle. Whose detective arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. And judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out, too. Warning shot. That looked more like a shoot-to-kill shot arm. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went to. Dr. Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared.
I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. But what I found was Turan with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor.
So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route.
Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
A riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know. How a fibbing leech such as you can be landed is great.
A great man is always misunderstood in his own time, but he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand.
Wow, that might be the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly?
Simple, because it was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director at Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit.
I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor?
No, because it was dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room.
That wasn't exactly helpful. Damn it, your imagination. I'm a bad influence. I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord, which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your hearts to me. All right, chat, mood matrix time.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door. And while the launchpad 1 door and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
Talk about mixed feelings. You must be trying to account for a number of contradictions. That's right, maybe this time we shouldn't just look for contradictory emotions. We should also look for emotions that should be there but aren't. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that his mind is a convoluted place too. He must have felt very shaken and distressed at the time. Let's focus on the fluctuations in his emotions and see what we can uncover. All right, chat, what do you see? What emotions are weird? Crit Warrior wants to present shock here. He must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air.
I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually.
And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence.
What? Why are you...
I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right?
What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the area behind the launchpad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door, I was standing right there. There's nowhere for the killer to run to.
Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Tehran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door?
I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arm came rushing towards herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her.
And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use?
Ugh.
It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's odd with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back into the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. There's one more emotion here that's off. Hid to avoid getting shot, but when I tried to get a look, they had vanished into thin air. While I was near the elevator side door, and while the launchpad 1 door and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. You want to present sad on this one? Remember, that's also fear. That's both sad and fear. What about the anger? I don't know. I'd be pretty upset if someone was shooting at me, Bakiri. Crypt Warrior wants to present fear on this statement. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door.
The Great Yuri Cosmos? Afraid? What basis do you have for that outlandish accusation?
Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it.
Most certainly not.
Director Cosmos. Don't worry about it, Angel. He just is. There's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there?
Yeah.
Now he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those 2 pieces of data, and yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo. Let's Discord. Looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, taking about the door and the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
Take that!
The culprit went through the launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yes. I mean, no. Disaster to starboard. We're going to crash into an asteroid.
A master tactician you are not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about the launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
But that door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Turan, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock. Do you?
And that's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. Your imagination wants to present Starbuck.
Take that!
That's... Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anyone could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen.
Arg!
So he does have something to hide about the launchpad 1 door. And I bet it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Oh, yes, by all means. There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1. Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. And what about it, Your Honor? If the true culprit escaped into the launchpad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. That the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? He doesn't have critical information, chat.
I hope you don't strain your faculties too much for that, your boldness.
I beg your pardon.
Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point.
Oh my, the footage cuts off.
The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens.
And I thought it was such a good idea, too.
Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa Baldness.
Prosecutor Blackquill, how did you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild has learned a little bit of the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge?
If I must. I hid to avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. But that's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. So you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right?
What do you think about Director Cosmos' emotional responses, Athena? Actually, my cat is really sick, you know? What? Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. And on top of that, my dog just doesn't seem to want to play with me. Why are you telling me all this now? Just humor me, okay? Now, when you heard about my cat, and then about my dog, which story made you feel sadder? The story about your cat, of course. It's only natural. Exactly. That would be the natural reaction. But there's nothing natural about the director's reactions. I think how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony will be the key. Sounds unnaturally complicated, but that somehow doesn't surprise me. Do you want to present surprise here? Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural?
Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is that not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by.
Pardon me?
First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And then just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. Hi, Franzel. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprised reaction is the fact that you were... Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whether it was you were doing there.
The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence operation hide under your desk. Arrgh!
Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Nope, not yet. Let me go get some water. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be really quick. Water got it. Water obtained. He really is hiding something about that launch pad door. And whatever is hiding must have something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Edgar Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see, this is the footage of the door before Detective Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos.
What is it? What have you two been up to over there?
Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation.
Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you had pointed it out already.
He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. If you want to check the photo that happened after it, it's under Launchpad 1 door lock. If you want to look at that picture and play Spot the Difference. When you say handle, what are you referring to specifically? This thing? Okay.
Take that!
The answer is this knob.
Yeah, that's...
Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, somebody turned this knob. All this evidence is in the court record as well, JP, if you want to check it for yourself as well. Don't forget that. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door?
Yeah, fine, I admit it. You're right, I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away.
They wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? Did that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. I guess that clears up what that knob is for. Oh, so if the killer escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the Launchpad to the launch site? I don't think so. The Launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I wonder if they could have escaped through that corridor. So then where did the killer escape to? I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail.
Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give a history-making testimony. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. I feared there might be more explosions, so I had to cut the launch pad loose. Surely the only escape the killer had was through Launchpad 1. But that area was a sea of smoke. Confound it! Where on earth could they have gone?
The director seems driven into a corner now. I can tell he's having a hard time hiding his true feelings. Just one final push then. Excuse me, I got hiccups. His attempts to conceal the truth shouldn't be all that hard for us to break through. If we keep at it calmly, I'm sure we'll cross the finish line. I'm gonna go through these slowly. Let me know if you see a conflicting emotion, okay? Noticing anything? When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected emotion. Wait a minute, there really isn't anything strange here. I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright? I think maybe you're right. Let's take another look. There must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere. Your imagination wants to spread that surprise here. Just gonna slowly shift through these. JB wants to present joy here. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so, and yet when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself.
How do you do it? How do you know everything if you were there?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda.
How do you know about that too?
Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing.
But you have no proof that I have a hidden agenda. Then even if I did, I'd never ever tell you, so there.
I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake.
And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
You, a man of integrity? Don't make me laugh.
But Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden?
You've spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest bar-faced liar an honor.
Liar! Well, his words bite harder than his blade.
You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you.
You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend.
And here's a thought for you, immediately following the bombing. Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge 1 side. The police confirmed this on the scene.
What? Liar? So that means the director didn't move the launch pad?
Here's my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lives and war games to his heart's content.
Liar!
Objection!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. Once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Ah!
You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out? Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy?
Blah, 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 blah. Huh, talk about hitting below the belt. Young guns these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Ah. Wait a minute, maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be?
What are you blathering about?
What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident, and then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot? All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back, and it would be right where the police found it. Ah, my hair! And then another one shows up. You made him sigh like Starbuck.
It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge, where our Astro workers made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film.
All right.
So to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy.
Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved. But our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with a body double after the incident or something. Second thought, that's too far-fetched, even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place. And what if then the director moved launch pad 1 back? It was not from the launch site, but from another place. What would you say then?
Cut the existential bull or I'll punch you.
Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once. I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor, let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving the launch pad was... because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? What could he have possibly have switched the launch pad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with launch pad 1.
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum?
In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site, meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other.
You can't mean...
The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum.
What? Balderdash!
What did it say? Was it Balderdash or something else? And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle in history. Yeah, he did. Okay. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 of the Space Museum has already switched places. That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2... Welcome, welcome! The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, somebody other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb.
Yeah.
After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit stuck it to the boarding lounge 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Tram when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Ms. Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who, we can suppose, after killing Mr. Turan, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway.
Yeah.
Right, Stono, I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster Bluff.
I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence.
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword.
Then that's right, you have no proof I switched the launch pads.
Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other, so the corridor beyond the doors would be the one that belongs to Space Museum. Let's see, there is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Professor Blackquill.
And if this is just another bluff?
Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Very well then, answer this for me if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum? This is what a cord is pointing at.
Take that!
There's a 1 on the floor of Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see a number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1 on the side opposite to the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Turan, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible. The 2 launch pads were actually switched. Don't you think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude? Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Bye-bye. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth.
Yarg! My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Time to deploy my ultimate weapon. Galactic engine ignition. What? It's gone haywire. Ah, it won't stop. Ah, my stars, my glory. Ah, no, not that way. Ah.
Bailiff, on your steed after that witness. I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads?
I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum.
Just good to hear words I could believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Turan held prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Turan would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Turan feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with.
Please, I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast.
The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try and pry it out of him, huh?
Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing.
I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us! Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director! Will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. And the dream is still alive.
Silence.
You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way.
Why are you so hung up on him? Have you been paying attention?
Yes, I accept the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Escape Museum.
Oh, that's a good point. He's right. I don't have any proof.
Starbuck, you will spill everything you know.
What you mean?
Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood.
I'm going to die in space. I have to do something.
Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself.
Now, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill.
That annoying, cheerful laugh. It can none other than.
Bakiri is playing Pokemon Cafe and is deciding to tell us their play-by-play. Champion of Righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. The Detective Fulbright. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I had tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a catfight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. Oh, hiccups again. Was it a fight between cats, or... Well, why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Fulbright, I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed?
Nope, but it looks like you succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment.
What evidence?
Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think he was serious, though. So what is it, Detective? Is this something that will prove Mr. Starbuck is innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter? That's right, a lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clayteron's blood, along with his killer's fingerprints on it. What? Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet! Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent! This is it. This is just what I needed. Lighter added to the court record. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on what we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terrain, they escaped with the lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally, the killer left through the boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in the boarding lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
But the defendant had free reign of the area until Detective Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with a lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. More importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. This does adhere to decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As to the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence.
Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that.
There is no respect for the lighter. Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime, a few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty. Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright. Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you, and please thank Apollo for me too. You all the best. Ooh, I wish we could tell Apollo Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too, but that's gonna have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Objection.
It's too late to object, isn't it?
It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong.
For Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict?
Fulbright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter?
Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, well, I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbuck's, so...
You have yet to read it?
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to?
Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. So says the report.
What? What? Huh? Me? Order, I say, order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it could only lead us to one grave conclusion. I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? What have I done? Please forgive me, I'm sorry. Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying! What in the world is happening here? It's like the whole world's gone mad. Order! Order! I will have order! Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. End. Episode 5, Turnabout for Toronto. Tomorrow. Why did I say Toronto? Fuck me. Turnabout for tomorrow. I'm an idiot. Whatever. No one can escape the past. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. It looms in wait, the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. December 20th, 1:23 p.m. Write Anything Agency. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. 1 second, chat. I gotta do some evidence stuff. Turn about for tomorrow. Okay, now the evidence. Sorry, I have like 2 tabs of evidence, and like I kind of have to like copy some stuff over. So forgive me while I make this work, okay? Take this as an opportunity to stretch your legs a little bit or something. Okay, there's some evidence that you might not see, but I'm pretty sure the game's gonna clear it out of my inventory. So we'll see. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know. But now Athena is the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I better get out of there and find some evidence. Off we go then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great, but before we go, I better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Unnecessary evidence left at office. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now the evidence that I have should line up with this. But maybe in a different order. Yep, we got everything. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute?
Galactic scooter! Full speed ahead!
And he's gone. Director! He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Fuck this shit, I'm out! We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. It's all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so that she can give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was going to be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he gonna be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a .10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scanned here. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? What's the danger, Angel? Right, because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes? There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know? So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and no sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor and the boarding lounge too. Our evidence was updated! Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Akiri, what is wrong with you? Akiri, what's actually wrong with you right now?
Curse the wretch who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away.
Director Cosmos, wait. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that.
The mobility system has been compromised.
Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. She threw a knife at him! And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. Well, now you know something about Trixie, Angel.
My dear old battleship. We fought many a skirmish together. Just been an honor.
Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up. Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again.
Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably.
Dr. Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason why. I'd like Dr. Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner.
No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his Cyclops if I want to get to the bottom of this.
Take that!
I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads.
Deuce, you can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone.
I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now, let's see. Where to start? This is how you explained your motive for switching the lot pads. You did it. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he's been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. Senatora wants to present Clay.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Terrain to help you. Ugh. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
Someone help this poor prisoner of war.
My hiccups are bothering me. How is he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone through all the trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety.
But it was just a warning. Could be even a bit of prank. Why did you believe in it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with special advanced communications system.
You see, these hiccups are really bothering me. Fuck. Excuse me. Might have just have too much gas in my fucking system. The pizza's getting to me. Okay, I think I'm okay. Maybe.
It's been a while planning another launch. I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said, "It's been a while?" And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The Hat Want Miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the creation nation now know it as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few know about the previous plot, so when the caller said, "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank.
Did everyone ever tell you to go easy me on ex-servicemen? Yes, that one miracle really was a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage, murder, so this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One Miracle.
I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. The murderer at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place, the time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Quill was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
Ugh. How do you keep seeing straight through me?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna need to go get some water and try to deal with these hiccups. They're really bothering me. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, fuck me. I still have hiccups. I don't usually have them for this long. Fuck. Oh, shit. They don't hurt or anything. They're just fucking annoying. I have water now, though, so that might help. Okay, just... Okay. I just gotta be at peace. Okay. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at this space center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding.
If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads, we'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle?
The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme.
So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all.
Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage.
The same MO as this time.
Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught. But it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing?
But there is a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed. Then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years later, the SAMAO advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reasons for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That's what made you decide to switch their launch pads, wasn't it?
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and then they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points.
But I knew the truth. We'd been warned, which meant the danger was very real. And I knew that there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched to the launch pads. It staged the moving rescue scene. First, I stuck into the center the night before and switched to the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed for repairs signs at the door to launch pad 1 and boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Tehran.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it?
He'd already been through enough. He's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him joined. My plan went well until...
Plays murder, huh?
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Tehran is dead and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which has returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for!
Wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terrain. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them?
The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Tehran's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launch Pad 1. But I gave it to Tehran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Tehran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
But I thought the clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You must understand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence, and it was blown to smithereens.
Yet another casualty of that blast.
Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What? How?
The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone. I use this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launch pad switch. Just the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion and planted the bomb then.
Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could have pulled something like that off. So you really think that the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
That this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing.
Prosecutor Blackwell told me once, the hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too.
So if we can find this phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed.
Do you think he's going to be all right, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he could spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into that Hat 1 mission, too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
Like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go to the Space Museum. Whee! 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 Ah! 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 I'm okay. Are my hiccups gone? Yes, they are. All right, let's go to the Space Museum. Let's see, where is the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh wow, look at that photo of the team. There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aurora Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbuck. Hat 1 exhibit added to the court record. Gosh darn it, they're making me take so many fucking pictures. This is blasphemy. Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here?
I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene.
You must be so worried, but rest assured I'm going to do my very best to defend her.
Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center?
What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl.
She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail?
Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
But why was psychology specialist working at a space research facility?
I don't really know, but I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too.
It was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it.
She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
A sad memory? Can you tell me about it?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch.
Athena's mom, in the robotics lab, she was murdered.
What?
After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all.
I was worried about her, so I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years.
And so the first time you seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case.
That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home.
That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it.
She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
I wonder what kind of research it was.
Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories.
Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Ooh, Daddy, show her that picture. Atta girl, good idea. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me?
Oh, look, there's Athena's mom. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Meta Sykes.
Athena's mother's murderer. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch?
What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean the crime prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods, and please try not to worry. Sorry, chat. The tail camera's getting to me a little bit. God, I wish I had a tail. Okay, I need to focus on the game, though. I won't let anything happen to Athena. I'm not a fairy in imagination. Okay, I guess it's not enough. It's like... Atherian is like, I feel like I'm missing a tail. Like, you feel like you were always supposed to have one. Whereas for me, I don't feel like I was always supposed to have one. I just really fucking want one. Does that make sense? Like, I want to be an animal, anthro animal, not because I think I was always meant to be one, but because I just want to. You're honestly not seeing a difference. There's a pretty big difference. Basically, as mentioned, the difference is that you feel like you were always supposed to be that. Like, you have like dysphoria and other things like that, where you feel like you were like supposed to be born as like that or something like that. Whereas I don't feel that kind of feelings. I don't feel that at all. I feel like I just want to be one because I want to be one because it's different. That's the big difference. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. Storyteller, that's not what's happening at all. Huge difference. Just trust me on this. Okay? Because I don't think I was supposed to be something else. I want to have one because it's different. Big fucking difference. I don't feel like I was always supposed to be like that at all. And that's the big difference. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate, the one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he's saying is so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why, don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Metis is in the inventory yet. Here comes the bomber now. You, what nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence, no. Question, okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine, then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. But that's who blew up the courtroom. You you expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclops, so I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away, but I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they laid it all out piece by piece. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Phony phantom bomb added to the court record. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. There should be a cooldown on it. If not, I will set that up later, and I please implore you to not abuse it. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Mrs. Sykes. You're going to see Athena now? That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. And after we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. All right, sounds like a plan. I'm just checking something really quick. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robotics... Daddy, look, over there! So they planned to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, and more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aurora Blackwell? Wonder what they're talking about. Well, well, come to spoil our fun, just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after.
Daddy, say something to her.
And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right?
The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent.
Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo?
I don't know yet.
Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Oof, all this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Terrain, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay?
Mr. Terrain? But that's Apollo you're talking to.
Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Terrain, how are your injuries? Mr. Terrain. Mr. Terrain, how are your injuries? Mr. Terrain. I guess Clay tends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course.
A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it.
How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago.
Can you tell me more about the incident 7 years ago?
Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk, hmm? In that case, what should I ask for in return?
I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Apollo knows about that case too?
Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story.
You'll find out in Spirit of Justice, your imagination.
But Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Yeah, yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information.
Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now.
The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then.
Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Klonko.
And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Meta Sykes.
Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing?
Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation comparisons created by Miss Aura and Dr. Manses transcend humans. Yeah.
Metis. Oh, she just glanced over at her desk.
Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth.
The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone?
We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone.
I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter.
And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Yeet your trap shut, hunk of junk. Klonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis Roads runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as this case. So Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes too! I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is? Yes, Prosecutor Blackquill. Or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. That's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Prosecutor Blackquill's forte. His infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-student relationship. He treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Metis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you could just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out, now. Klonko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch, don't push. My apologies, I'm just following orders. Ah! Damn, they threw us out the window down to the first floor. Crazy stuff. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aurora lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. Usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm going to keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Juicy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Agent Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here in the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting! I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have really been something. Although weird is part of the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya, as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclops, Maya is the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Ah! Eek! Oh, it's you, Pearls. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on the details than Maya. Oh, I forgot to put some ages in the profiles. Let me fix that. There we go. All updated in the evidence list. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you were doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you still haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray.
I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls?
Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today's all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about?
We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down.
All right, fine. I see you're not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. That's the way you're going to be. I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Ugh. Wow. I can cut the tension with a katana. Oh, my hiccups are back.
Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in the court this morning.
What? Oh, yeah, he did. He bounced back to business quick.
Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do.
But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do?
Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else can I do?
Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence.
I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Dono.
This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you?
You've been in. Where did you hear about that?
This glass is absolutely, positively blade-proof, right?
No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Oops.
Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you?
Guards, the guest is leaving.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same one as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases.
I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her.
Prosecutor Blackwell.
God, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you.
There he goes.
No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell! Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer?
There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case?
Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know?
Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted?
A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if you read Mr. Lawyer were to kill you.
I don't want to think about that one.
There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly.
2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they?
Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime.
The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage?
Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right.
I guess I'll have to see it some other time. And what was the second piece of evidence?
This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See, there he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's kept on display in the room. He had a thing for Japanese culture.
Wow, it'd be hard to explain this one away. Katana added to the court record. But who took this picture, Detective?
The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took.
Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me, you didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense in hiding anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What's tomorrow? No. Look, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't a Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he is, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative when he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? Is it right? I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here? What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding! That's quite a reaction. He's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction! They're staging a revolt! The machines are rebelling against the humans! They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and have taken the visitors as hostages! They did what? No. Trucy! We have to get right over there! This is going to be one heck of a battle! The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage. Look, Mr. Lawyer. What do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war against us humans. You've already taken hostages. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people, what's going on here? Pearls, over here. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Blanco seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I error? Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. Yeah, whirl. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Clonko? Oh shit. Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. The robots are rebelling. Everybody run! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Fools, how could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true, I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1, come here, I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Chongo's face screen. It's the Space Museum? Daddy, is that you? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you all right? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here. This girl talks too much. Talk to me. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Play Tehran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena?
Hold on just one moment. I can't give it to a man like that.
So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out, and
No, wait! Mr. Lawyer! I don't have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but
you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me. Once you'll never hand Athena over. And you won't give up on the hostages either.
Of course I won't. Now I'd better go contact headquarters.
How do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker. Could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. Princess? Hunk of Junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip.
I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls?
Skeeter Blackquill. Believe it if you don't. I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker. Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else. All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But it isn't really too late. You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Jess, what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good, real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready.
1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow.
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait, if we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
She will?
And I guess I could be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now follow Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way. We're coming through. Mr. Dick, wait, I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Aurora dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright. Ah, it's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest?
Trust you've been well, right?
Boom, it's Edgeworth. Except he's got glasses now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off at a court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. But now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's Chief Prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing, no more than a title. Don't we have more pressing measures to discuss? So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I really used the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was a psychologist, Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. What a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. 7-year-old photos added to the court record. I also have the autopsy report for you. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. All right, we got some pictures to add. There's 4. Oh, God. All right, give me a second, chat. This is going to take me a little bit of time. The things I do for you, chat. We're diligently working away, chat. Here we go. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the HAT-1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmo mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor. I heard his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but would never say why. So that must mean he's still hiding something. Right, and there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right, how on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me, after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackquill of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you could prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we could stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together. I'm not sure there's much that I'll be able to find here in terms of evidence. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here that as well, with the victim's body lying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Girls, don't touch that. Oopsie. Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Earl. An emergency ladder. This must be one they used during the evacuation. That explosion disabled the elevators. How long have I had that camera on? Okay, not that long, I think. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to do. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Emergency ladder added to the court record. Aura's desk is a mess, and that doesn't surprise me. Ooh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do. Metis. She just glanced over at her desk. Yes, Bakiri, but we're going to be playing it together alongside the Spirit of Justice DLC. Like, back to back. So it'll be like a special DLC stream or whatever. Excuse me. Falco, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. What am I snacking on? Stuffed pizza that I bought from Domino's. That was probably not the smartest thing to do, but it's here now, and I should probably give it to my brother, who's now home. Brother! You want pizza bread? There's not much left. Nah.
Thank you. Yeah, we have vegans.
Okay. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. So she calls Dr. Sykes Mother, but Aurora Blackwell Miss Aurora. With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholaminé imbalance. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she reportedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Clonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Honko and Clonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you.
What's that supposed to mean?
It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Robots with a heart added to the court record. The evidence list grows. What's this? Looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Shron, JT-02. I don't believe we will need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. It was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? And you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think that must be a kitchen. Look at the photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The person was a staff member and 2 police officers, huh? They were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aurora Blackwell don't know what they're talking about. Edward, do those three people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? The Hope capsule updated in the court record. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, right? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yep, the Blackwell case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Aw, that's when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. The dark age of the law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. Phoenix is not, but I think Edgeworth likely is by now. Yes. Usually the character you're playing as, their profile doesn't appear. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean... That's right. He's talking about my case and Professor Blackwell's case. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors are supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and to absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots? It could really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing for you is to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages. I'm counting on you, right? To set that prosecutor and the hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. Because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself, she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's all right, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anyone in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see the Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display? That was Dr. Sykes? The Hat 1 exhibit has been updated. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow, but I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I am the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes and your mother doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they have to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people? I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize.
Because her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones. She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget and this earring. Ooh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Oh, the Ponko series! You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of the cute little robots in the photo, too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke bandaging, it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages? I guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her! I was a fool. How could anyone else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Girls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was shaking and I was a scared little girl. Small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She meant that there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? Oh, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. My phone. It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have really been something. Well, the weird is part of the course with you. A courtroom. Blew up. That's it! There is a courtroom we could use after all! Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her? Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea! I never would have thought of that! An astonishing trial at an astonishing location! I guess it's only befitting. I'll get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No! No! No way. It can't be true. Mr. Dick, what's the matter? I see 5 black cyclops. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks, affecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. To be continued. Perfect time for a break. Yes. Next up is the big trial segment. This trial's long AF. So get ready. You guys are going to be playing all of it. So take a rest, stretch a bit. It's time. I will be right back. All right, bitches, are you ready? I think I should ping the Discord for this. Make sure people are ready. So quite ready then in your imagination, huh? Let's get to it then, shall we? Oh, my hand tracker's not working all that well. Fuck. Fuck off. What the fuck is wrong with the tracker? Give us the jazz hands. I'm trying. The tracker's being dumb. There we... Fuck off. Whatever. The cost of my hand tracker. True. It's this hand here. Maybe I just need to pull this over a bit and it'll be fine. Fuck off. Why is it when I put on a sweater, it's like suddenly it forgets how to fucking cry? Like, nothing should be different except I'm wearing a fucking sweater. I fucking hate this thing. I need a new one, dude. Yeah, I don't know why it's not pinging on my other hand. Fucking hell. Like, it looks like it's like... Have I been hydrating it up? I've drank at least like 3 bottles of water, Alexi. So yes, I have been. And by bottles, I mean like entire like thermoses. I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red light cyclock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. Give me a second, still fixing up the hand tracker. If a person holds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that that person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the cyclocks. According to my research, a black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just mean I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who could do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. I think the evidence relating to Clay's murder is out for the time being. Yes. That is exactly correct. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Court, or some facsimile of thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we could find the real truth behind that case today, precisely, the darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell had refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Hell yeah, let's go. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It is my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusation and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. You have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what the person is. To put it simply, a spy.
The true culprit is a spy. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if what I want is to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Oh, of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? It's fucking... Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she concluded. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Aura Blackwell's theory. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 crates as different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I love how Blackwell is wearing the exact same outfit years ago that he is now. That's very convenient. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. Very convincing, that's for sure. 7-year-old video updated. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. It's a lifestyle choice. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Mrs. Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course. The girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. My hiccups are back. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it to myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Editor Fulbright, please refer to the notes. So Prosecutor Blackquill willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else? Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackquill appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackquill is no Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine, I expected no less. Ooh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going. Someone else was at the scene at the time when they say Simon committed the murder. That's just speculation. No, Miss Blackquill has proper grounds for her claims. Then why didn't you say so in the first place? You're the one who screamed, "Hold it!" and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Ha 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 ha! Now I know what they mean when they say, close enough to argue. Moving on. This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that exists in the photo with Prosecutor Blackquill in it. That was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Yes, that's the one, and Miss Blackquill has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has, and what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right, of course, reading them now. So why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And how do you propose he hit a person inside of one of those cases? Have you forgotten that saw just a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show. She fit a grown person into a small box. Oh yeah, way to ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to gone too. Well, my apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So wait a minute, what were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackquill was using that case to hide someone. And the only one small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. That's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock. There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped, only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock. Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was inside that case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? The simple answer is, Angel, they're trying to get through, they're trying to, and we're holding this trial to stall for time. That's the answer. What are we doing, chat? Are we bluffing? I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I'd have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Ooh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Right then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Your imagination wants to represent the arm. And Ataro also wants to present the robot arm. Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the card in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part, doesn't it look like it could have an arm from a robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm. Was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What? We asserted that the part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. I know for a fact that it's a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belongs to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belongs to. Blue Knight Crawler, you jumped the gun. each. Your presentation wants to present the Hat 1 exhibit. Hi, Bahamut. I'm not toothless. Enough yeses. The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Mrs. Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way as people's do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene held the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child. But it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't possibly have fit in there. The case does come to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackquill. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. Did Prosecutor Blackquill make Ponko fit in the case by... Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackquill had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Assemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there. Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart. I don't know why my hiccups are so fucking bad today, dude. But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackquill, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion. Miss Blackquill, thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... This is exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see is where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely the rest of Ponko is scattered around Professor Blackquill's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Mrs. Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. Yeah. My head, my body, where am I? Yeah. Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill innocent. Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. All right. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Bonko and Miss Ice couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
It's not backwards, Angel. The notion that the case was used to carry Mrs. Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body. If he were holding something, or someone, that's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Professor Blacko was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. There is no jury. Simple answer. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Just spectators? Yep, they're just spectators. Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted on the Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Mrs. Sykes, who had been hit by the splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. Galleries exist in real life too, Storyteller. You can go watch trials even in real life. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Yarg. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her. But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Mr. Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. We call the bird to the stand. Oh, it gets better. Wait till you see the DLC case. Which will be much later, after Spirit of Justice. But we will play it. Second, I'm fixing my hand tracker because I'm still not happy with it. Please state your name and occupation. My name is not witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anyone inflexible. You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. All right, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It received this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all.
This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you could give us your testimony today?
What I saw. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime.
What?
At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the term hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but yes, what this witness statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment.
What?
Before Ms. Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We could interpret this to be they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode, but I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both how fruitful any cross-examination can be. What I saw. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Your regular recharge? What is that exactly? I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of the murder.
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. Hugged her, huh?
Which Edra took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Mr. Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If it's listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper.
Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague.
It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in. However, we could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I don't want to delve too deeply in here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? This is right. Have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
All the unlucky timing. If you heard anything after that.
It could have possibly proved that their hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of stabbing. Ugh. After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? I guess we're all saying one. Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I'd like that added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Mommy Metis fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean? The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. The hanging scroll was Mommy Metis' prized possession. Okay, in the pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there's definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on a workbed side of the wall. But is there some problem with this statement? After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. Prosecutor Blackwell? I wonder what he went there for. His objective? I don't know. I don't know. I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So what happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived? And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if... all data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that. The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly. He concludes that Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by separate computer. Yes, that's basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us too. That their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she is now. It was still able to give testimony about the events of that day. Fascinating. It's as if she could be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns. There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. Ezra chose to interpret hugged as stabbed, but I'd better try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena. I'm going to save you. Okay, so the new statement added from pressing is this statement here, and it's statement 4. So, what do you guys want to do? If you want me to look at other statements, just let me know, but we pressed everything. Your imagination wants to present the old photos.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. The operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. Come on, guys. There's only two choices here. Which one? There is no option 3. Storyteller Glitch Barber says 1. Blue Nightcrawler says 1. One more 1 vote and I'll do it. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult, so the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Oh, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that this murder wasn't committed in front of a little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more. Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes are the only ones there. I agree. Since this robotic is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone had been there. We could therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko! I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Ponko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Ponko! But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do at the very least. Miss Ponko, on the defendant's command, you moved the body onto the operating table.
Yeah.
Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? It's really important. Is there any way that you could have tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it trapped over a chair in the robotics lab, but only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. The Ponko is equipped with facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means a face could easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. Without her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, he moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. But what? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Mr. Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanished without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth! If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I could do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table... No! Don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true. Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth. She was just a little kid. How can you say such horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility. But dismantling isn't that table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Mrs. Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But to dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did not want to make it appear as if it never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. The defense has no counter-argument. I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edward's argument seems solid enough. But, there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. The prosecutor Blackwell.
This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on, we're listening. This be the miracle I need. But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here?
7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. Seven years ago.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was.
Philippago here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
Which would be?
She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and a child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony.
You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something?
Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. As she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Thanks, Lux. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Do you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down to hell?
Ugh. Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the sticks.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell.
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. You have a counter-argument that presents your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Blackwell, you selfish! Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If none has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Athena, what are you? Are you feeling okay? I could hear it. Thanks, Soldo.
Perfect.
I could hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. He really is. I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, don't know. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares. So scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. Terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then the only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's what moved me there 7 years and face the truth. Athena is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might be really the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I was not to be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was.
His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. He steeled his will, as if he'll never let his secrets be known. Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a couple of strong wills on our side, too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer, and we're going to prove it. But what was he trying to do that day? If we approach it from that angle, I bet we could find an emotion that just doesn't add up. Surprise on statement 2. So this is statement 2. When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected emotion. Wait a minute, there really isn't anything strange here. I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake. I think maybe you're right. Let's take another look. There must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere. Wrong. Imp wants to present happy on this statement now. This feeling of happiness. Fuck me. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that?
Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that.
Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead?
I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that.
Ugh. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at them, then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be strayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did, I plunged the katana in.
The heart doesn't lie, not even Simon's. I can hear that he's trying to hide his true feelings, but they're seeping through anyway. Thanks, that should help a lot. Prosecutor Blackbill isn't the killer, then there should be a contradiction somewhere. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell.
What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had laid in wait to kill her be sad at her death?
Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances.
Ugh, you can't be talking about that, can he? How is this a convenient subject for her research? Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject.
What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill.
So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. It went up? I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions.
There are no flaws in my testimony, and his badness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let law free me from these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? I need to step up and stretch, chat. My back's fucking killing me for some reason. I'm not even shrimping, dude. I'm not slouching in my chair. Okay. So what are we doing? I'm seeing 2 votes for 1, 1 vote for 2 right now. Chat, can you like, you changed to 2? Okay, a lot of people are saying 2. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over.
I heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lend Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
Any thoughts, chat, or do we switch over to evidence? Your imagination wants to present surprise here. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab?
Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day.
So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it?
That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcefully remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. It's at 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of that noise at that rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will are really as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackrow's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door. Just then, Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it to pieces. But before I could lead Athena out of there, cursed by luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. There are no, I cannot press these statements. It's only presenting. So, do you guys see an inconsistency between the evidence and this testimony? Your imagination wants to present on statement number 2, photo of the crime.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Hi, cursed bystander. How are you doing today? Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it?
How many more times must I see which damned me for my sin?
The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, but then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. Ugh. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Ah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now.
You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackquill, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. This voice, it hurts to even listen to it. He's been living with this pain inside him all these years? And the root of it all is hidden somewhere in that testimony, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright. So just as a reminder on how this works, we're selecting something in the image that is the root of his out-of-control emotions. Cryptwire wants to present Athena on this. No, Cryptwire wants to present the operating table. Well, it says robotics lab. Whereas JP wants to do Athena. Which one are we doing here? Which one are you guys saying yes to? This? I don't know what you guys are saying yes to. Start with Athena? Okay. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor?
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too?
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright!
It was a tragedy.
One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said,
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted.
No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? I... No! So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, right? The truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears my theory was correct after all.
It's true that Athena didn't like your mother's research, but you dare cast aspirations on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real, that I could guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it.
You took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know.
Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge thrash chute, and hid the case on the Space Center grounds.
It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You could stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackquill, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackquill be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question that I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down to the handles onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright? But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your child emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I could see straight into a person's soul. I did a little research. I looked into those special sight clocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there no problem with Mrs. Sykes' confession? My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there is a problem with her confession, please provide it to this court now. Your imagination wants to present the katana.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused the portion of her memories. He mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail. But she also said, there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think! What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course he would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos? Wait a minute, there is something! There is a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. I don't care, MRL. We're playing Ace Attorney right now.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Tehran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terrain's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the crime scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab, especially, would naturally have one of these around. What? Besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. But here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, he's simply watching out for your oak clear health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools has a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do. What significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to arrange these tools? Your imagination wants to present robots with a heart.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The Giaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center documents and pamphlets. Look how brightly the Giaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and the rocket motif it's got going. Giaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Oh, I think I see it now. But yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the logo. So it would. Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that this weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Ugh. Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone, using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic. The prosecution is attempting to lead the court. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. May I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalled stabbing someone with her own hands. No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or the utility knife. As long as you know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because it's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if? Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving it to doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? If I trust Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know, this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering... But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID. That still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko didn't detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead at that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? Athena stabbed the real culprit. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let's begin this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You were absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a breath to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moments of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot statements, there was no third person there. Do you really think I would have seen through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Blanco's strange malfunction. Mr. Turan, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Turan? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this Anka junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Ezra said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed... This third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. That's... impossible! A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask. Yes, I remember. Athena? What is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? I had... Miss Sykes, are you all right? No! The Black Cyclops. They're breaking. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. There's only ever been 2 in the series, and that's the only one that's ever gets broken. They're gone. The Black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... To be fair, we technically already know what Kristoff's secret was that caused those Black Cyclops bacteria. They basically spell it out in the final trial. It's his paranoia and about being found out that he subconsciously has deep down within him. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. That's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. Oh, this mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged, and it means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackquill, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? Ugh, she's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So, I'd like to say one thing, if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise... Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that could help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? It's important to remember something, chat. Something important about this trial 7 years ago that they mentioned. The police investigation was rushed. This is what's up for right now. This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does this video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. Because they only thought the murder happened at 3. They didn't think to check any other time. There, please stop right there. It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. Can you see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said? Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 every day. We waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up until that point of time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in the video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, where do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? What puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? I can't tell. Okay, I can tell now. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought that! Order in the courts! What's the meaning of this for Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. But Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. My ears deceive me. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see need further. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell.
How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
Aura, something I've been wanting to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is.
You do?
Right, don't know. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Had-1 rocket.
The spy?
But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I attained a lead on him.
Ooh, how exciting. What was the lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for a proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aurora's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist was Dr. Sykes?
Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity revealed. In addition to Had-1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit. He must have started to panic.
He couldn't find them, but where could they have been?
Who's to say?
Oh, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. His try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt.
And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information?
Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. That's all I have left for my mentor.
I will. I better hold on to this real tight. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Morning, Yuya. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation? Huh?
A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion.
The Phantom, indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then. Seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do wish to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. Finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defense of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor? Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone's ready, I will now give my verdict. Objection! You? Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? To be continued. Take a break, chat. This is the finale. We're in the end game now. Take a break. Break time? Yes, take a break. We're gonna stretch a bit. I'll be right back, guys. Take a break, stretch a bit. Yes, we're taking a 5-minute break. Don't worry. We're taking a break. I need to go to the fucking bathroom myself. This segment of the game will probably still take another 2 hours or so, so get fucking ready. That's all I'm gonna say. We're not done yet. All right, I'll be right back. All right. You guys ready for the finale? All right, I think we're all ready, right? Or at least most of us. Here we go, gamers. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Turan. But Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen to quietly what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure, you know, I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish, let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Turan. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1 when the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Turan with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched to the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Turan's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I better rearrange my evidence. Relevant evidence swapped into the court record. Let's see what we got, chat. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. Katana out, 7-year-old video out, photo of the crime out, 7-year photo out. Metis autopsy report out. Robots with a heart out. All right, your evidence should be good now. Apollo Justice's accusation. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terrain. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape. This is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Apollo Justice's accusation. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terrain. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terrain, my bracelet reacted. She said she's never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way was because she stabbed her mother's murderer with that one identical to it 7 years ago. But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Terrain. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew it was his killer, too. I guess he has a point. My bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Terrain. 7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How could you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? Storyteller, you keep saying, then where's your proof? But he just explained his proof. Believe it or not, as much as we hate to admit it, this lighter is extraordinarily damning evidence to Athena. Extremely damning. If anything, it's up to us to prove otherwise. Because right now, Athena is the biggest case of extraordinarily suspicious. The burden of proof goes on all the time. Yeah, it can. But she's also admitted to being in the Space Museum at that time. So Athena has outright said, yeah, I was there. So isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terrain and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in Boarding Lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Terrain's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in Boarding Lounge 2. First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out of Boarding Lounge too. That must have been when the camera captured her, and that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it's most likely recorded the true culprit as well. That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears.
What? Why? Order in the court.
That can't be, but if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating.
Wait, wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. What description does the lighter have?
Whoops. I clicked the wrong one. Ignore what you saw. You didn't see anything. You didn't fucking see anything. Forget it. Believing in your clients to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Your imagination did, because they brought it up. Successfully gaslit. Shouldn't you extend the same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted coworker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but it only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? It looks like not even you could deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there could be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless... You think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can. Clear up this doubt inside me. Wait. So that's what this is all about. I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me? It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant. But we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out to each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. When the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me, so I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every little last doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? Do you want me to select here? Crypt Warrior wants to present the corridor. We've got... Bakiri puts Y on corridor as well. What are we doing, chat? I'm seeing people saying... Nightcrawler, is that Y on the corridor? Okay, I'm getting more yeses on the corridor.
Take that!
They really only could have escaped to the corridor on the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks Prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been in boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. Ugh. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? The culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum. And I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But, hold on a sec. What if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for the culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge 2? I'm seeing people say launch site, boarding lounge 1, control room. JP wants to present the launch site. Or this area outside around it. We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean... Yep. Well, the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor's safety door. Was an alternative place that the culprit could have used to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? The corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes, but after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? All right, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. An emergency ladder? There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it's used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order in the court. Well, alternate escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly is an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. All right, then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping, or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped the boarding lounge too.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge too. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way. In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was open. That's a good point. But you claim that, despite all this, the culprit could a 20-foot death-defying leap, all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. I've got it this time. I could prove that there is someone who could have used this alternate escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternate escape route. Imagination wants to present the psych profile.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? Right? You can't be serious! Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He would choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. Was there such a person there at the scene? Yes. The Phantom. That mysterious, shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom? Again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terrain as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terrain. What? What? Order in the court. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue. There are just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you might ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So that this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right? This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have just used the ladders to the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder, but he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that a particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Mrs. Blackpool lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! You've got to be kidding me. Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mysterious spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych's profile says he's without emotion.
Take that!
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright?
Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom.
Order in the court. Mr. Wright, how could this be?
That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everyone to the basement shelter via this ladder.
Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route.
After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terrain and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly so that he waited for the right time to get a running start. And as the corridor was passed through the ladder, he leapt onto it.
I don't believe it. That addle-pated detective did all that?
Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. Then his concern for Simon was also all just one big act? I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackquill and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it, how the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and the Detective Fulbright will take the stand. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Apollo? Second, I'm just checking some stuff. Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? I what? Booby. I changed it. Booby Fulbright. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust. Ouch! Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. What is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Because I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyways, I have some very good news. Cora Blackquill has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Susie and all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackquill said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Miss Blackquill? I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Ms. Aura, she better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackquill, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true. The courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I can let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Meta's killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least. Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As closeted as closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love could take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. All right, that's enough of that. Caleb, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable, but it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind about Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man in my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? Give him a katana while you're at it? No, then he actually will kill someone. How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher. The light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright. Please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you could do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, but it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep, I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. This is it, the final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has never been more ready.
You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it, although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackwell, with a 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately. Even those handcuffs off, Professor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Ha ha ha! Bobby Fulbright here! I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice! In justice we trust!
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident.
Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony.
All right, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. The embodiment of justice. Ha ha ha! I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false. That the defendant is the real culprit. That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder.
We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either.
I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Please don't throw the book at me. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid fun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, all right? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear about your eyes? Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence.
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court questions and prove it.
Prosecutor Blackwell. Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. And as my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Ha ha ha! Now ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. I'll press every statement, and then we'll see where that goes. And then you guys can figure it out. I am the very embodiment of justice itself. Maybe we don't need to press this one, but I will anyway. The embodiment of justice? Those are just empty words. But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over. All right. Let's just move on. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Mr. Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' prints on it in the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait. Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial.
If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, writes Dono. Especially about that lighter.
He's right, but what exactly should I ask about? Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter. They are around the same spot on either side, as they would be if she were holding it up. I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony? The prints were placed just the way they would be if someone were holding it lit. Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up. Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints. It just strengthens the argument against Miss Sykes. Ugh, this line of questioning is going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Should I try asking him something else? Should I try the other statement? Okay, we'll try the other statement. So how many prints were found exactly? 3, the thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Can we please have it swapped into my testimony? You got it. He beat me to it. Ha ha ha! Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. 3 prints were on the lighter, the thumb, index, and the middle fingers of a right hand. Your imagination wants to present Aura's statement. You say the prints were from a right hand? Is that correct? That's right. Very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackquill, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints of the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? You're right. Doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness claims don't even hold water. Mr. Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-handed prints. But then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it! What have you got, Detective? The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking through the window of the boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room, that's right. And across that room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. Ah, so are you saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. Ah, and I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Ha ha ha! Now do you see? That is the logic of pure justice. But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence. Right, Stono. You sooner nick yourself than hit them like that. Put some more muscle into it.
Huh? Ha ha ha! That's right! Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? The emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they held it in their right hand, they could easily open and light it. By all means, the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction!
It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit.
Ha ha ha! See how it withers before my flower of justice. He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust. Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad. So sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? I knew it. You're lying, Detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out.
Justice Tono, are you to use that cheat of yours again?
It's not cheating, Professor Blackwell.
Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then.
We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? All right, fine. I say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on that side you can see when it's held in the right hand. Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster.
Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
Be that as it may, I know that's something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it.
But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you?
What? Not you too, Professor Blackquill. I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackquill insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good, now maybe we'll learn something new. Let's check every inch of this thing.
Ugh, the back is covered with blood. Say, do you notice anything funny about this blood stain? You're right, it suddenly breaks off unnaturally. Supposedly the lighter was held with the right hand so that the emblem was visible. So the print should be around the emblem and the lid where you open it. You're right, there's definitely something off here. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. Is anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this! The emblem's actually some kind of button. Wow, it transformed into something. A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is?
There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun.
A what? A gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial where Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a .10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene.
I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun?
So then Detective Fulbright would touch his holster. That's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem. He must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. Not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Dr. Fulbright, you will explain yourself.
Ha 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 ha! There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun.
Accuse me all you want, but where's your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun?
Not exactly.
And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge right after the incident, and the person Ms. Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terrain, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Ha ha ha! Now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. I think this about sums up Mr. Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell?
This is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright claims stand firm.
But... Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor.
Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. Shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It says that the prints of the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did you do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I could definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter? Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Oh yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's got to be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? I've got 2 1s and 2 2s. Which one's going to get 3 votes first? Sounds like Hal got 3 votes first. No, I guess I don't see anything strange about how the prints were left on the lighter. Nothing unusual about the angle of the prints or how they are patchy in places, but there's got to be something off about this piece of evidence. Okay, what do we want, Chad? That was wrong. A lot of votes for 2, so we'll do that one. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data, but I have to wonder, was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints using the official, sanctioned print data of the people involved in the case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun.
Very well then. Bailiff. It appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints of the lighter do not belong to the defendant.
Yes!
The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terrain. Those are Clay's fingerprints on the lighter?
I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints?
I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all.
When you took the deceased fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off his hand.
By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Mrs. Sykes. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean that Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route.
Fulbright, are you really the Phantom?
Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand.
Yeah, right, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already.
But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. Yeah, he does that a lot, your imagination.
The person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright?
That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom. But sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But what if you say it's true, then who was the mysterious person Mr. Blackwell and Mr. Starbucks saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Hitting the crime on Athena Sykes was just another of the Phantom's orders. I gotta go to refill my water, guys. Sorry, be right back. My throat is dying. Okay. And you expect me to buy that?
Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective?
I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you two. Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him.
So he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he?
I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case about the Phantom, after all.
With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you were vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom.
Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. If we can't find a flaw in his logic, he's right. After we come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wiggle free now. There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right?
I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
What? How could you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit, there is no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom.
Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But...
I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie.
Prosecutor Blackwell!
This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really.
Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me! Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony.
However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. You got that?
Yes! Thank you! Oh, thank you! Oh, such a bond of trust is rare and a beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Ha 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 ha! Very good. I'm glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. But Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that... I'm off! The defense... No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I'll just declare you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Professor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it! With your special ability, we might just be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. Yes, well... Even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what will happen to him? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting?
Fulbright. I think you'd better have that counseling.
Not you too!
You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I feared you might have finally lost it.
But I thought you believed me!
Silence.
Oh, how you amuse me so. What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena.
Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright, because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions, like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And I listened, I did. The voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. What? The two of you working together just now?
Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widgets, mon ami, let's do this. Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackquill. I am an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad, bad person for cooperating with such a man. But he took my family hostage. What else should I do? Even with all of his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all? It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psych profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack into the Moon Matrix program. I can't do anything when it's like this. Gah!
Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you.
Haha, sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackquill. There, now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us. Haha, lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you wounded me very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelming happy reading. Huh? But he's literally crying us a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Yeah! Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden. What's he trying to pull? Like in a snot, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion.
Just as the title says in Dr. Sykes' profile, the subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions.
Very good, Prosecutor Blackquill. You are correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know? More like for us spies. Seriously. Yeah, somehow I have hiccups again. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. Haha, feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess. Then you have no objections to be analyzing you, right? No, analyze away. But I will state it again, I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can truly do.
Me? The Phantom? No way! Oh, I'm so sad. See, I told you, I have emotions. How dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock? I do regret cooperating with the Phantom, of course. But I'm so glad this whole misunderstanding is cleared up now.
What the? How are we supposed to pick up what's unnatural from this mess? I don't know what we can do with this either. This must be defenses against your ability. So you think this is what he means by he's really capable of? I hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something, and that he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human, his true feelings, an emotion he can't completely conceal, must be hidden somewhere in his testimony. Your imagination wants to present sad on statement 3. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear? Huh.
A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh?
And it was a response to that moon rock. Head to Fulbright. I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because... I saw 3 votes for 3. You tried, but failed to steal the moon rock. That stain on your career as a spy has left you feeling afraid.
But the moon rock did indeed disappear from the laboratory.
And I hardly think a person who feels so little would fear over a thing like that. Don't everyone jump on the Phoenix hype train all at once. Didn't the topic of what a spy might fear the most come up in our discussions earlier? Dr. Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because... Of course, that's it.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all. Captain Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You are afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity.
If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid.
Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So, there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity? Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or is he gonna use that weird watch thing to try and get away? How many more of those toys does he have? And where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection to the moon rock? In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid? Don't make me laugh. Arrgh! And what was that just now? But all human beings have hearts that experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analyze serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be expected as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof. But still, I say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side, because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. It's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has become a key to getting the truth. Ha ha ha, what nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is. But Your Honor... There, you see? Nobody believes you and your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest. But does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor? Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter. And that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. No, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. Ha 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 ha! I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock?
Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dono? with your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us. Let us send this miserable phantom fellow to the other worlds together.
You and I, Prosecutor Blackquill. We have a duty to bring the phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts.
Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murderous conviction.
I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the dark age of the law.
Then there's also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is righteousness of the court and the faith of the people.
Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Trust, understanding, fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgrievings, that's where the real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you, and you lies always. All right, chat, what are we doing? Pressing him? If only reminded you of the Phantom. Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here out. You need real evidence. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. Your family? Like, who in your family specifically? Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example. For example, maybe. We need more concrete answer than that. Ah, maybe my mother, my son, or my daughter. Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much. Ha ha ha. He's obviously lying. Look how upset I am. Is it any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders? What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock? I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How could someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy? Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big, like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock? The fingerprints can be wiped off. Then maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA? We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. I just know I have something that could show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. And how afraid are you exactly? I'm so scared I start to shake even when I see the moon in the sky. Do you shake when you see Miss Sykes' earring? Well, to be honest, since the very first time I met Miss Sykes, I felt more than a little frightened of her. I guess some people just inspire that much fear in others. Mr. Wright, you were thinking something mean-spirited and rude, weren't you? Haha, of course not. Must beef up my meandering defenses. Now do you understand? The very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock proves that... in fact, I'm on the side of justice. That Fulbright, or rather the Phantom, feels fear in regards to the moon rock. Probably has something to do with being afraid that his true identity will be revealed. Right, so that's why the Phantom had to take the moon rock with him 7 years ago. In that case, if we had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear, we just might be able to expose his true identity.
Hold it!
After all that you've done, how do you speak the word justice? In justice we trust. I'll say it as much as I want it with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just is just. That's how it works in the dark age of the law. He won't get the best of me with that twisted argument of his. I'll find a way to get him right where I want him. This is statement 3. And you want to present the knife.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course! That's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terrain. That's right, and the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock, and he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. I mean, if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Ha 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 ha, yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. Ah! What this court needs is a bully-free zone.
Ah, the infamous sword of the peculiar bluff. Its edges without compare. Now ready it with me and show us just how finely it cuts.
Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? Gah!
Go on, right, Dono.
Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then.
And that, in spite of the Space Center, had very strict security those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
Does this mean that the moon rock's still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible. And why's that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. How can I forget about that?
A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether.
There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think! How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can. Your Honor. What? Oops. Sorry. I mean, what? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? Well, chat.
Take that!
That's where the moon rock was hidden? Yes, well, I thought it would be kind of cool if it was. I wasn't asking you if you thought it would be cool. I was looking for a reasonable argument. Yeah. What if I don't have one? So let's see. The Phantom didn't have the rock on him when he left, and it wasn't found anywhere in the Space Center. So what happened to it? It's almost as if it disappeared off the face of the Earth. Off the face of the Earth? Wait a minute. That's it. All right, Mr. Wright, let's have your answer. You do have one, don't you? How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? Seavish wants to present the Hope Capsule.
Take that!
That's the Hope Capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket? He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope Capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and then the team must have locked it onto the Hope space eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket.
Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was...
Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space, aboard the Hope space probe. What? Order in the court!
I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. He used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into the cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on the mission and returned 7 years later. With the capsule in tow.
Yeah.
If you analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung onto that capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh, you really do. Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap. Now I'm not sure what to think. I think Traces of Blood would still be on it, Steve-ish. I don't know, though. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, the trap is not out of the question. But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. That's what makes a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence. Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now.
I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackquill! Hey, you guys aren't really... Looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth, I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackquill, you'd best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints.
What does this mean?
Yes, that man there is an imposter, pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? This man, who in the world is he?
Enough of your trickery. If you'll not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you.
What the? No! His face! Aw, look what you did to my mask. But mask? What is the meaning of this, witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I gotta show you who I really am now. Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo. Yup, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck? But that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence. Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hatch 1, which was set to be destroyed.
Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I could change identities at will. I could be anyone I want. Not so fast. I have the Phantom psych profile right here. If you complete a psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the ends justifies the means. That voice, those words. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means? His mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. Huh? Time to take out the trash. Permanently. How could you? Now do you see how powerful the ends justifies the means can be?
Silence. How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face.
Oh, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all.
Well, perhaps it's really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I wager.
Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackquill? That's right, I don't know who I am. I'm always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What is with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood of the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope Capsule. I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope Capsule is about to seal your... fudge! It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and blown to smithereens. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or that at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. No, it hasn't changed.
At least to put some weight behind your swing, right, Stono?
I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. But that was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Very well, Mr. Wright, let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity? Enough people have said it. Is that the bomb that blew up the courtroom? And the moon rock along with it? Are you saying that this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here. Steve is saying 7K. JP said 7K. Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the hat won. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it! It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing of that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable!
But that's impossible. A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let's have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright.
Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwell, what did the test results show?
There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed... Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed.
They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom. Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? Why? It was a pretty good objection too, don't you think? Now he's me? So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph, and it was just like it. How could you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anyone can see that they're the same. They have the exact same colorization.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happens to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of the rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you started to sweat, Mr. Wright. Oh, but the worst are times when the lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We can ask an expert to verify if they're from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. That moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. Oh, no! There's really no way to prove it? Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that could turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. The piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost is this. But just about the things about that left with me are widgets. And this earring. Maybe she did love me, in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left with you a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah! Oh! I love how Athena finally gets it. You mean? Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense sample of the moon rock. That's your sample? This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What? All this time? It was right here all along? No. Can't be. If the composition of the bomb fragments in the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results showed that the blood of the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all my emotions behind years ago. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. I suppose you do. I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me, couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear. Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run from myself when there's nothing inside? Nothing at all. I know it's hard for someone as willing and trust others as you to understand, but people have emotions. It's just a fact of life, and so people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another, so that they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me? Is this... No. Ah! I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on with your own true face. But my own true face? No, please don't.
I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. My own true face. I don't have one. My face, my face, my face. Is this my face? Is it? Is it? No, that's not it. No. Oh. This isn't me either. Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Ah! Oh, a sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how's Detective Fulbright? I mean, is imposter doing?
He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying.
Well, that was fortunate for all of us.
The analysis of that final piece of evidence Raitono submitted is in. The composition of earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4 and all of his other crimes as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place? Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes. You could actually get a not guilty verdict earlier in this trial and get a bad ending, if you were curious. You basically get a not guilty verdict, but never discover the truth behind the Phantom if you get a game over at a certain spot. Court is adjourned. I agree, Bakiri. Some people were disappointed in this villain, but I love this twist. I think it's sick. December 20th, 9:12 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Congratulations, Mr. Nick! And thank you, Pearls. And thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. What the fuck? JP, you need to stop treating me, dude.
Awesome games.
No, I'm not gonna say stop. I just, you're, I've been speechless every time you fucking do this to me, JP. Oh my god, dude. Perfect. God damn, JP. I can't say I'm not happy for that. It just, thank you so much. Thanks for the series. We're not done yet, JP. There's still Spirit of Justice. You guys don't take your lawyers' hats off yet, chat. We're starting Spirit of Justice like next fucking weekend. We're gonna be taking a break to play some indie games this week, but we're starting Spirit of Justice pretty soon. Jersey, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up.
What kind of indie games? Probably, I might as well say Rift of the Necrodancer and Sorry We're Closed are the 2 games that I have in my docket this week. Yeah, we're doing Spirit of Justice next, Rocket, starting probably this upcoming weekend with some indie games in between. Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Oh, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackville permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Are you not doing the bonus episode? Crypt, my plan for the bonus episodes is we're gonna do them both back to back. Essentially, what we're gonna do is we're gonna finish this game, then we're gonna do Spirit of Justice, then we're gonna take a break to do some Monster Hunter Wilds. Then after I'm done with Monster Hunter Wilds, we're gonna do like an Ace Attorney weekend special where we do both DLC cases. Like a Saturday we'll do Dual Destinies, then Sundays we do Spirit of Justices. Yeah, exactly. So we're 100% gonna do them on stream. Don't worry. Just I want to jump into Spirit of Justice first, and I must say, especially the DLC case for this game is great. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackville has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should be swept away. You know, you could have said it. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Thanks, storyteller. I appreciate that. Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. They're gay, Athena. Athena. I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely, but I still made it. Not a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon. Trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? That's some loyalty. That guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency. Well, nobody's gonna try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help. You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Right Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work.
In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles.
Huh? I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair, I want to say it too. Okay, here we go.
Objection!
I think my complaint about this game, one second, I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, get a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the Right Anything Agency after all. Poor Paul Justus. Tina and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow. Green peppers or yellow peppers? Or maybe I should go with the hottest the sun red peppers instead. My only complaint with this game is that sometimes they reveal the answer to you too easily. Like, the storyline is phenomenal, but in terms of gameplay, it's a bit easy.
The end of the dark age of the law, you say? How naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me?
Yeah, they sometimes spell out the answer to you too much. But the storyline and the cases themselves are fantastic, so it's not too much of a problem. But compared to other Ace Attorney games, this one's pretty easy. But it's still fun.
I've been asked to debut with the Great Mast.
He's scheduled to go up against the Amazing Ninetales next, though.
Oh, what to do? What to do? A fight to the finish with myself?
Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Ninetales too?
It's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be all for it. Ha ha! So we are to meet his foes, are we, my little friend?
Yeah, but they still kind of spell it out to you so easily, Bakiri. They like tell you the answer.
Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of the Ninetales Vale now. I took over after rescuing for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out?
Hey, you, what do you think you're doing sneaking into the manor?
Yeah, the jig's up. Better make a run for it.
To be fair, Seamus, Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is also one of the hardest ones. I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started to become genuinely interested in law, so now I'm studying for the bar exam. Oh, I'm gonna be a skate Athena someday. You'll S-E-E.
I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm gonna pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course.
Hugh, Juniper, our dream will live on forever! Yeah, this game spells out the answer. Spirit of Justice is a little harder, but still on the easier side.
I found a really sweet box. Is it because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? But anyway, thanks to the trial, the school's newspaper future is as bright as can be. Now let's see what the Fresh Blood has to say in the new school paper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her cardboard balls got soggy.
The one night only reunion concert, I still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest child ever, yeah? I can hardly hear it now. Spirit of Justice is definitely a harder game though, from what I remember. I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I could do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once her training's over, it simply must be done. New model next week, by the way, chat. I'm gonna bring back the Freakound. In fact, planning for the Hat 3 rockets has already officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos. What do you... Oh, Director? Yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes. You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director, Yuri Cosmos... Assistant Director. He got demoted. You know, come up. Yeah, but like, did he call case 3? I wonder. That one's kind of hard to call, I feel, in Spirit of Justice. I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Metis come to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting, Monty's Piratus or the Mare Tranquiliatus? You think they would like either one? Yay! Hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to. To be fair though, most of the time, it's still pretty easy to call some things in Ace Attorney at times. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time, for me and for Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I know I should never give up. But I'm worried, you can't breathe in space, and in fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous.
No, I am not deployed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. But no one's around, and I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him? Then perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future.
There's one twist in Spirit of Justice I hope he doesn't call. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. Please forgive me. Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor office to light. It would seem solving that case has thawed the chill of winter into the warmth of spring. Now I owe Wright yet another debt of gratitude, but I will pay him one day. You could trust in that. At the same time, it's a twist that's like, it's an interesting twist in Spirit of Justice, because to be as spoiler-free as possible, it's the kind of twist where you're like, you can call it, but you don't want to believe it. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not going to say anything more, UG, in fear of people figuring out what I'm talking about. Because we're going to be starting Spirit of Justice like literally next week, so... Alright, no stream tomorrow, obviously. Like perfectly called. Case 1 is easy to call. Case 2 is also very easy to know who the villain is. I'll be real. Case 2 is like stupidly obvious in Spirit of Justice. Case 3 is a bit harder to figure out who the villain is because it's definitely a bit harder. Case 4 kind of threw me for a loop, but it's also like a filler case, so whatever. Case 5 threw me for multiple loops, but at the same time, it's very easy to know who the villain in Case 5 is, but figuring out what happened is what's hard in that one. How many cases? There's 5. but it's kind of hard to say it's just 5 because case 5 in Spirit of Justice is so fucking long. It might as well be 2 trials. 2 cases almost put together. Case 5 in Spirit of Justice is fucking massive. Like, it is, I think it's the biggest case in all of Ace Attorney history. Longer than this one? Yes. It's important to remember your imagination that this is actually one of the shorter final cases than Ace Attorney. The reason why it felt so long is because most of the stream was most of case 4. This case is like 4 and 5 put together as like one big case. So it ends up being pretty long because of that, but it's like, you know what I mean. Most of the time, Ace Attorney final cases take about 9 hours.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Mr. Starbuck! You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
Hell yeah.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
All right!
Hell yeah. No, it's not an advocate for gambling. What do you, what? Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty and deceit as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all towards a brighter tomorrow. What's his chart? I didn't see that. And starting next week, the little teaser. Next week, we're going to take a break from the Ace Attorney a bit before we jump into this, though. Okay. We'll do this. Yeah, see you tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow. Next stream's on Tuesday. We're taking... I don't usually stream on Sundays or Mondays. And we're going to be doing Rift of the Necrodancer on Tuesday. That's the game we're streaming. So get excited for that. I'm pretty bad at rhythm games, so... But I'm going to play on hard anyway, because I am a match assist. We're going to see how much that game kicks my ass. We're going to... Next time on Toothless. I'm not even going to be the Toothless model next week, bro. I got to bring another one back from the dead. All right, it's like midnight. I need to go to bed. Not that I'm doing anything tomorrow, but I still need to go to bed. All right, I'm not gonna raid anybody because I'm stupid. Good night, everybody. All right, gamers. I'm so glad that this, I have like 6 of them, Storyteller. I've been slowly trying to bring them back. I have 3 of them back now, and the 4th one's coming back next week, and then the 5th one will be after the week after that. And then the model that I would consider my ultimate primary model that I think is my favorite and my best is coming back in at the end of that. It's gonna be the last one I bring back. It'll be like the great return of it. All right, I'll see you all later. I gotta like do stuff. Bye. That model you see on screen right now actually is my main model. It will come back later, but like that, the one that's like very EP right now, that's my main model for like anyone who hasn't seen it. All right, bye.